Good evening. The Cypress-Fairbanks Independent School District Board of Trustees are now convened in a regular board meeting on Monday, May 9th, 2022, in the boardroom of the Cypress-Fairbanks Independent School District Instructional Support Center, located at 10300 Jones Road, Houston, Texas, at 6 p.m. I want to welcome the members of our audience and our television viewers to this meeting of the Board of Trustees. At the Cypress-Fairbanks Board of Trustees, we're here to set goals, listen to reports, approve budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and make policy for the district. It is not the role of the board to make day-to-day operational decisions. The management and day-to-day operations of the district are the responsibility of the superintendent. We have policies and procedures in place to resolve concerns and issues. This is a public meeting of the Board of Trustees, not a meeting of the public. The meeting is open to all who wish to attend and hear the matters discussed. Audience members may not participate in the meeting outside the designated agenda items for citizen participation or public comment. Disruption of the meeting by any person, including the audience, is inappropriate and will be addressed by the board president or the board's counsel as a meeting parliamentarian. Continued or repeated disruption of any board meeting by words or actions may result in removal or loss of the privilege to attend the meeting. Prior to this meeting, board members received information related to items on tonight's agenda. Agenda items will not necessarily be handled in the order listed on the notice. During the course of this meeting, the board may determine that a closed session is necessary. In that event, the board will meet in closed session to consider matters duly posted for this meeting as permitted by sections 551.071 through 551.084 of the Texas Government Code. These proceedings are airing live on Comcast Channel 16 and the district website. They will also be available as video on demand on the district website following tonight's meeting. For the video to adequately reflect the proceedings, I respectfully ask that you please refrain from talking while others are speaking and that all cell phones are turned off or in silent mode. I'm turning mine off. My brother always enjoys texting me in the middle of a board meeting. Thank you, Bill. Thank you for taking the time to join us this evening and for your interest in the Cypress-Fairbanks Independent School District. I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize our Community Leadership Committee members who are in attendance this evening. That would be Nancy Frankel, Stacy Anderson. If y'all would stand, thank you. We also have with us from Troop Number 61, Scout Romero Grimaldo. If you would please stand. Thank you for being here. The invocation for tonight's board meeting will be given by Derek L. Bess, Area Representative for the Fellowship of Christian Athletes, Northwest Houston. Coach Bess was born and raised in Suffolk and Portsmouth, Virginia. After serving his country in the USAF, he coached high school basketball and now serves through the ministry of FCA. Coach Bess and his wife Paula have 4 sons. Thank you for being here tonight, sir, and we appreciate your support and service to our district. Before the invocation, I would like to introduce the Cy-Fair High School AFJROTC cadets who will be presenting the colors this evening. Carrying the American flag is Cadet First Lieutenant Marcus Ramirez. On the American rifle is Cadet Captain Delis Lopez. Carrying the Texas flag is Cadet First Lieutenant Tomas Caruso. And on the Texas rifle is Cadet Captain Skyla Kazmiorski. These cadets present the colors to you under the direction of Senior Master Sergeant, retired USAF, Michael Claiborne. At this time, I would ask for you to please stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance that will follow.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, again, we come to you thanking you for all the many blessings you bestowed upon us, blessings of yesterday, today, and those not yet seen. Dear Lord, right now, we just thank you for just allowing us to be here. Just to wake up this morning with air in our lungs to breathe is a blessing, and we don't take it for granted. Lord, right now, we just thank you for this opportunity to come together. We thank you. We ask for a special blessing on each and every member here, each and every person under the sound of my voice. We thank you for the opportunity to discuss matters that will affect our school district, and we thank you that we ask that everyone who is involved, that you will humble their hearts and their spirits as we make decisions in matters that will affect everyone in our district. We thank you for our leadership. We thank you for Dr. Henry and his continued leadership, all of the assistant superintendents, and we ask that you just bless them and keep them and this board as they make these decisions, that they will continue to lead us and allow us to be the best school district in the state of Texas and across our nation. These and all other blessings we ask in your precious Son, Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Board Member Julie Heineman will read the district's vision and mission statement for the benefit of the audience.
Our vision at CFISD is formed from the acronym LEAD, to learn, empower, achieve, dream. LEAD. Our mission is to maximize every student's potential through rigorous and relevant learning experiences, preparing students to be 21st century global leaders.
We're going to go ahead and proceed with the recognitions portion of the agenda first. The board will recognize Mike and Darlene Gerard of Gerard & Company as the volume buyer for the 2022 Cypress-Fairbanks ISD Livestock Show and Sale. I am going to request Debbie Blackshear, assisted by Julie Heineman, to go and help with the recognition. Debbie, as many of you know, has probably been the strongest supporter of the Livestock Show ever in the history of trustees for the school district. We can't verify that, but it certainly seems to be appropriate. And Natalie, after Debbie gets down where she needs to be, I'll ask you to join as well. Julie and Debbie were there for the auction. Natalie came down for part of the prejudging. The livestock show is always very important. Once everybody's in place, Miss Denise Kubeka will be presenting the award.
Mr. Jackson, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Henry, it is my pleasure to present the 2022 CFISD Livestock Show Association Volume Buyer Award. Presenting the award to our winner will be representatives from the various FFA chapters in our school district. So let me have a moment for our representatives to come forward. You can just kind of go stand on either side of them. This award is given to the buyer who made the largest contribution at our livestock show and sale. I would like to recognize Mike and Darlene Gerard and Gerard & Company Incorporated. Their daughter Jennifer and Brandon Dorfler of Gerard & Company are here tonight to accept the award. Mr. and Mrs. Gerard are joining us virtually, right here on the laptop in the first row. Jennifer and Mr. Dorfler, would you come on up? There are few words that can express the level of appreciation we have for the tremendous support we continue to receive from the Gerards. This year, the Gerards contributed $76,890, which accounts for over 10% of our total sales. That is worth applause. But wait, there's more. Their contribution this year represents 20 consecutive years of support, with them receiving the Volume Buyer Award 14 of the 16 years it's been given. I think that's another round. So in honor of your long history of support, we're including a little something extra with this year's buckle, their 16th. A custom belt to show off that buckle, and a small little multi-purpose case with our logo. So students, would you please present those awards to our representatives? And please join me once again in thanking them for 2 decades worth of generosity. Thank you.
The board will recognize UIL State Tennis finalist Class 6A Girls Doubles. I will ask the 3 men to join me in front to help recognize our finalists. Athletic Director Ray Cepeda challenged me to bring my junior college letter jacket with a tennis emblem on it to see if it can still fit. I'm not certain it will fit, but I'm up for any challenge.
You're going to give it a go, though, right?
Absolutely, sir. So, gentlemen, if you would, let's go to the front.
Well, as we get ready for that, Mr. Jackson, Board of Trustees, Dr. Henry, it is my extreme pleasure to be here tonight representing our athletic department in this school district to present to you 2 athletes from Bridgeland High School that competed for a state championship in tennis at the UIL State Tennis Tournament in San Antonio on April 26th and 27th. I truly appreciate the time that you're affording us to publicly recognize these highly deserving athletes. In the execution of our program, our athletic department is focused on 3 core areas of focus: competitive excellence in UIL competition, academic excellence through athletic participation, and service to our wonderful community. The 2 honorees tonight exemplify the 3 ideals of our program, and it is truly an honor to be able to publicly recognize them for their high level of achievement. At this time, I would ask that Emma Eads and Divya Talluri come up to the front and join our board members, along with Associate Athletic Director Kirk Eaton, who has certificates for you. And I want to talk a little bit about Emma and Divya. I said I was going to make them stand up here awkwardly as I did this. They had a tremendous senior year competing for the Bridgeland Bears this year. They were a large part of the Bears winning their 3rd team district championship in a row in the fall, and carried that level of excellence over to the spring season, where they carried a 31-0 perfect record heading into the state tournament. At the state tournament, they won a tough quarterfinal match against a very talented team from Flower Mound Marcus, came back to win that, and then defeated a very good team from South Lake Carroll in the state semifinals to advance to the finals. They ended their season in the state championship match, losing a very close match to another doubles team from South Lake Carroll. As mentioned in the introduction, besides their unbelievable athletic achievements, they are also very strong students who have worked very hard to give back to our community. Emma will be attending Oklahoma State next year, and Divya will be off to Georgia Tech. The girls are coached by head coach Emma McDougall, and Emma, if you could come up to the front as well. She is assisted by Martin Skoda. At this time, I would ask that Bridgeland Principal Mike Smith to stand up, also to be recognized, and really their parents and the family members that are with us tonight. If you guys could stand to be recognized. If you know anything about competitive tennis, I think these wonderful parents would attest that these young ladies didn't get here by themselves. They transported them to several lessons, matches, tournaments, and they're just great CFISD families, and we appreciate all of your support. So as we conclude our portion of the meeting, I want to thank the board and Dr. Henry and Dr. Henry's administrative team for their support of our athletic programs. When Dr. Henry first brought our team here, he said he wanted to compete to be the best. I can truly say that Emma and Divya represent the best of our community. Thank you, guys. We appreciate you, and congratulations on a great senior season and great career.
Your help getting out of it. We're going to gavel.
They weren't long enough to be called shorts. We will continue with Superintendent remarks and honors.
Thank you, Mr. President, trustees, CFISD audio video production students, in collaboration with our district video production team, recently compiled a highlight of CFISD happenings in the month of April. Please enjoy the brief video that illustrates how CFISD is bringing out the best. Congratulations to DECA students from Cy-Fair, Cypress Falls, and Cypress Lakes High Schools who competed at the state conference February 24th through 26th at the George R. Brown Convention Center. 28 students represented Cypress-Fairbanks ISD, and 5 of those students made it to the top 4, which qualified them for the DECA International Career Development Conference. Teaching and training students from Bridgeland High School, Cypress Creek High School, Cy-Fair High School, Cypress Ranch High School, and Jersey Village High School competed in the 2022 State Texas Association of Future Educators competition in Dallas, March 3rd through 5th. These aspiring educators showcased their creativity and expertise in teaching. Stephanie Loza from Cy-Fair received a $1,000 scholarship. Alyssa Kofer, Christina Delgado, Zeke Felix, and Melanie Reyna were in the top 5. Top 5 for the professional development category. Ashlyn Brown from Jersey Village won in teacher-created materials and is now a national qualifier going to Washington, D.C. to compete this summer. Congratulations to FBLA students from Bridgeland, Cypress Ranch, Cypress Ridge, Cypress Woods, and Jersey Village High Schools who competed at the state FBLA Conference March 23rd through 25th at the Galveston Convention Center. Approximately 100 students represented CFISD, and 50 of those students placed in the top 5, which qualified them for the National FBLA Conference over the summer. Cosmetology students from Jersey Village, Cypress Lakes, Cypress Springs, and Cypress Ridge High Schools competed in the State Skills USA competition in Corpus Christi on April 1st and 2nd. These students distinguished themselves by earning a first or second place award in the various cosmetology-related competitions, from building salon mock-ups to nail art and braiding. Congratulations to Evan Wynn, Cypress Ridge High School Advanced Culinary Arts student for placing first in Mystery Basket. Amelie Bile, Cypress Ranch High School Culinary Arts students for placing first in Cupcake Presentation. And Kirsten Vincenti, Cypress Ranch High School Culinary Arts student for placing second in Cupcake Presentation at the Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America State Competition held April 7th and 8th in Dallas. FCCLA is a career and technical student organization that functions as an integral part of the Family and Consumer Science education curriculum and operates within the school system. Congratulations to CFISD Technology Student Association students from Cy-Fair, Bridgeland, Cypress Creek, Cypress Park, Cypress Ranch, Cypress Springs, Cypress Woods, Jersey Village, and Langham Creek High Schools, and Cook, Hamilton, and Spillane Middle Schools who placed first or second in the State Technology Student Association held April 21st and 23rd in Fort Worth. The district had approximately 400 projects on site competition entries. Of those 400, CFISD had 183 placed first, and 154 placed second. It was a great competition for CFISD. Cypress Woods TSA was named Division 6 state champs. Spillane TSA was named Middle School UTE state champ. Congratulations to HOSA students from Bridgeland, Cy-Fair, Cypress Woods, and Langham Creek High School who competed at the state HOSA Conference April 20th through 22nd at the Galveston Convention Center. Approximately 26 students represented CFISD, and 11 of those students placed in the top 2, qualifying them for the HOSA International Leadership Conference over the summer. That's all I got, Mr. President.
We're going to take a brief break. I know this is final season, so that students and parents can leave if they wish. Obviously, they can stay. I do want to make one comment while Athletic Director Cepeda is here. When he came on board, he and Mark, and they were supported strongly by the board, to bring a whole new emphasis to the athletic department and athletes throughout the entire district. And that was to emphasize more than just being highly competitive on the field. It was being highly competitive in the classroom and also being heavily involved in community service. That being an athlete meant You had to excel in all areas. And so I want to say thank you, Athletic Director Cepeda, for a job well done. We have said it before, but also to the two ladies who excelled at the highest levels in tennis. And for those of you all in the audience who played tennis, it is very, very hard just to make the state tournament. But to progress is a completely different level. But more than that, you did it while keeping your grades at a very high level and by also performing community service. And so, ladies, Athletic Director Cepeda, Coach, and all the other coaches in the entire district and the other athletes, I want to say thank you for taking our athletic program to a whole new level. And with that, I'll stop talking so we can all have about a 2-minute break. That'll give me time to maybe get out of this jacket. And people, if you want to leave, you can. We will now proceed with public comments. Agenda item 3A. Patrons who have duly registered per policy BED local may address the board and make public comments on an agenda item during or before the board's consideration of the item. The board may allow public comment on agenda items at all meetings. The board will continue with the remaining agenda after the registered patrons have had an opportunity to speak. Patrons who have registered to speak this evening may see the order of their names listed on the screens to your right and to your left. They're already up. Before your name is called, please move forward and sit in one of the 2 reserved seats on the front row. Our first speaker this evening is Megan Bradley. Mr. Secretary, are you ready? And I will remind everybody, at the 30-second mark, the yellow light will flash. When your time has expired, the red light will come on, it will start to beep, and we ask that you go ahead and wrap up your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Dr. Henry. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Megan Bradley, as you heard. I'm here to speak on agenda item 9B, the budget amendment. My husband and I moved to Houston in 1997 and settled in the Cypress-Fairbanks Independent School District, due in no small part to the quality of the school district. We had no children at the time, but that was in our plans, and so that was a factor in our decision. We had 2 daughters, both of whom have gone through the system, are no longer students. They went to Sampson Elementary, Goodson Middle School, Spillane Middle School. We did both. And then Cypress Woods High School, where they both are graduates. My youngest will be finishing her degree at West Point next week and will be accepting her commission into the Army. And my older daughter is finishing her master's degree at the University of North Texas, and also just recently enlisted in the Army. She'll be performing with the Army Ceremonial Band at Arlington National Cemetery. So we're obviously very, very proud of our kids, but we also know that their success is due to the quality of the education that they received here in the district. They had amazing teachers. They had access to tremendous facilities and obviously strong extracurricular programs that the board has supported, the teachers have empowered. And I think that that really speaks to the message that Dr. Henry has put forth for the district of opportunity for all, and what Julie spoke on earlier, the LEAD vision. That is so what they are all about and what we should all be standing for. The budget needs to align with those priorities. I think that the board has done a tremendous job of that as well, of making sure that you have the support that you need, most especially for the teachers who are on the front lines every day. Please continue with that support and ignore the noise and the challenges that you face. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Julie Ricks.
Hello, I'm speaking on agenda item 9A. I propose that the board nominates Natalie Blassingame for the position on the TSAB Board of Directors for Region 4, Position F. She won me when she took time to research other boards and the time allotted to people to speak. For this of importance shows her sincere responsibility for her position and respect for those, and an indicator that she is someone who is fair. As an awake grandparent, Julie Heineman, currently filling the interim position set to expire 2022, is not our choice and not a fair representative for parental rights and the morals of the majority, considering her record in support of policies promoting the indoctrination of children with CRT and the sexualization of students taught in the classroom. In addition, she is a member of the Cy-Fair Civic Alliance and in alignment with their values and their campaign to literally put pornography back in school libraries. Recent local elections greatly indicate that the woke agenda is not acceptable direction in our schools or community. God, family, country is the moral majority. We need the fear of God amongst us, because we are all in a position of responsibility and will be held accountable to God for the manner in which we disciple the next generation. Comparable to when we borrow something, we should be thankful and have the responsibility of returning it like it was given to us, and hopefully better. There is no adult here that grew up going to school learning the nonsense in the current school curriculum. We can do better. We must do better. Please make my speech an official part of the board's record. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Sinnett.
I want to say that it's woke, not awake. I'm speaking on agenda item 7B. Reading is fundamental to learning and help kids feel seen and heard. At the last meeting, several members of the community spoke about the book Flamer. Such outrage from people who probably haven't even read the whole book. They cherry pick what they want and then they scream about it. And then they get their friends to come and scream about it. After that meeting, I bought the book. It covers racism, bullying, religion, homophobia, domestic violence, friendship, peer pressure, etc. An adult character tells the main character this is all about figuring out how to get where you need to go. It's not always straightforward. You have to figure out where you are in the world first, then adjust for the setbacks to find your way. We all feel lost sometimes. In the end, this is a book about self-discovery and self-acceptance. Isn't that something that we want for our kids in this district? Our CFISD librarians are required to have a master's degree or higher from a recognized accredited college or university. I'm curious to know how many people complaining have a master's degree. Each time a person screams about banning a book in the school library, they're basically taking a direct shot at our librarians. I think these board meetings should provide frequent flyer punch cards. Every 5th time someone stands up here to complain, they should have to volunteer at the school of their choice. Help out in the library, read to a 1st grade class, help out in the cafeteria. Go see firsthand how hard our teachers, administrators, and support staff work every single day. I will end with a quote by my favorite childhood author, Judy Blume. I believe that censorship grows out of fear, and because fear is contagious, some parents are easily swayed. Book banning satisfies their need to feel in control of their children's lives. This fear is often disguised as moral outrage. They want to believe that if their children don't read about it, their children won't know about it, and if they don't know about it, it won't happen. Good luck with that. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Danny Moss.
Before we start, I just have an email that was not answered by any of the board, so I'm going to go ahead and make sure that you got a copy of it. So if you could just pass these by, I just want to make sure on record that everybody got one, because it's been multiple days and I didn't even get a response.
Mr. Secretary, start the timer.
Thank you. Earlier this week, I went ahead and emailed the board with some concerns that I had with some materials in our board, in our libraries. So I'm going to be speaking on 7A, the preliminary budget. I have a few questions. Number one, who did or will make the official purchase of these book bundles? Many of them contain books that are in current violation of Texas state law. So I would like to know who's responsible for purchasing these books. How much was the official cost of these books in our libraries? What is the total cost of training for your librarians who on your website are listed as attending out-of-town conferences? And how much do you plan on budgeting for your legal defense this year? Because from my understanding, you're going to need it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nikki Cowart.
Good evening. My name is Nikki Cowart. I'm the proud president of the American Federation of Teachers in Cy-Fair, and I'm going to use my 2 minutes at the microphone tonight to speak truth to power. And the truth is, staff vacancies across all Cy-Fair ISD departments and the looming staff shortages predicted for next school year are keeping me up at night. And quite frankly, they should be keeping you awake too. Legally, a budget has to be discussed and voted on by this body prior to July 1. When are we going to stop challenging each other and instead come together and face the real challenges facing all of us? Great leaders are forward thinkers, and great leaders know why it is so important to let their employees know that they are valued. Our union believes all Cy-Fair employees deserve to be valued and deserve respect. Our Cy-Fair AFT Retention and Respect Committee have been meeting weekly for the last several months. We have done a deep dive of surveys, data collection with teachers, paras, bus drivers on budget, variance reports, and insurance packages, because respect means fair pay, respect means reasonable workloads, it means safe working conditions, and respect means affordable health care. Bottom line, salaries of Texas public school employees have fallen over the last years when adjusted for inflation. But pay stagnation and higher turnover rates are not just recent due to pandemic problems. And ultimately, these staffing issues we are collectively facing, are affecting our students. So, what can school boards do locally to help right away? Make the investment by increasing salaries for July 1. The Cy-Fair community overwhelmingly agrees about the importance of public education, and all that remains to secure the future is for local leaders to implement solutions necessary to both attract and retain our most valuable assets, our employees. The clock is ticking quickly now to vote on a real pay raise coupled with a retention stipend, and that has to be our focus because our employees and our kids are worth it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christina Woods.
Good evening. I'm speaking on agenda item 7B, college, career, and military readiness plans. I continue to be disturbed by the district's apparent tracking and profiling of students for degree plans, prescribing for them what they will be capable of after high school. I struggle to understand how this is not the very structural racism that feeds school segregation. I dare say who I was at 16 or 18 bears very little resemblance to who I am now. Yet lucky for me, as a white person, there was rarely, other than white men, people in line telling me what I could or couldn't accomplish. When the district tells students they can't attend college, there are real-world implications beyond the obvious, which are devastating enough: poverty and the involvement with the criminal justice system. This kind of tracking and profiling dehumanizes our students of color, especially our black students. It questions their intelligence, their dreams, and their place in the world. Public schools should never be in the position of prescribing for a child what they are capable of accomplishing or not. If we're mostly telling black, indigenous, and students of color that they aren't intelligent enough, worthy enough, or that their dreams, career, or higher education goals are above their pay grade, literally, then we are creating further hardships for them. That is the definition of structural racism. I implore the district to implement the recommendations from the equity audit. Our black students and our other students of color's futures depend on it. The Brookings Institute says it hardly needs saying that the connections between race, gender, education are highly complex and deeply personal. However, one thing is clear: educational and economic outcomes for black men have profound implications for the prosperity of black families and the prospects of black children, and for racial equity more broadly. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm speaking on 2 agenda items and I get 2 minutes for each. So 7B. Despite Dr. Henry's opinion, this is an official notice to our elected board trustees. I want to talk about ribbon reads in regards to early childhood literacy. This is the mission statement from the Cypher ISD website. The Ribbon Reads book list is a selection of titles for K-8 students that reflects and honors diversity of culture, ethnicity, race, religion, physical and mental and emotional abilities, sexual orientation, and gender identity for kindergartners. The objective of the exposure, which is an odd word to put, of these titles is to build awareness, acceptance, and respect. Questions I have regarding this. It says K-8, so I assume this means kinder through 8th. Why does my elementary student need to read books or be encouraged to hear about sexual orientation? 5 years old. Do parents have a choice to opt out? What teaks do these suggested encouraged books cover? Why do all of these books on the list have to be 3 years old or less? Why is there books about gender identity being read by adults to my child? What purpose does including sexual orientation and gender identity to children as young as kindergarten serve? Parents, it's all there for you to go look yourself. Cypher ISD is openly promoting books discussing sexuality to 5-year-olds and gender preference to 5-year-olds. Now I'll go on to 9A.
Please stop so we can reset the timer.
Okay.
Please continue.
Despite Dr. Henry's opinion, this is an official notice to our elected board members. Please do not nominate anyone to TASB. Get out of TASB. The TASB calls parents who speak out against board policies domestic terrorists. Let me remind you of my speech at last month's board meeting, and then I'll tell you the effect. I outed Cyfair Civic Alliance as groomers who succeeded in putting porn back into the library. I outed the fact that this is an organized group with 3 current elected officials. One of them is Tommy Baylez, president of ESD9, controlling 2% of taxes.
Dr. Henry,
along
can
with
we stop
Bev
please for a
Gordon,
minute? They cut the sound off again.
who is Cypher ISD's head of student health and mental health. Why is, did you cut my mic?
No, hold on.
They cut the sound off on Comcast again.
No, it's Comcast, it's not us.
I know, this happens every board meeting, Dr. Henry.
But it's not.
I know, this is the second month in a row this has happened. Dr. Henry,
Hold on a minute.
can we please get this fixed in the back before we continue? Dr. Henry, please.
That's what I'm working on.
Yeah, let's get this fixed in the back, please. Technical issues.
We're going to have to just stream it and not do channel 16 because it's.
This is the only speaker this has happened to. And this happened last meeting as well. I'm seeing a continuous problem with public comments on this. I'm just bringing this up as an attention
They're
item.
working on it right
I know. Please get this fixed.
I appreciate it. Not everybody can get on the internet.
Comcast doesn't have outages all day in the area.
I'm just saying, Mr. Henry, it's not us. But that's not fair. It's Comcast.
Well, then get a new provider.
Let's go on.
We can continue that. I apologize.
So let's go ahead and start this over again with a fresh 2 minutes.
Despite Dr. Henry's opinion, this is an official notice to our elected board members. Please do not nominate anyone to TASB. Get out of TASB. The TASB calls parents who speak out against board policies domestic terrorists. Let me remind you of my speech at last month's board meeting, and then I'll tell you the effect. I outed Cyfair Civic Alliance as groomers who succeeded in putting porn back into the libraries. I outed the fact that it is an organized group with 3 current elected officials. One of them is Tommy Baylez, president of Emergency Services 9, controlling 2% of the taxes, along with Bevan Gordon, who is Cypher ISD's head of student and mental health, head of the SHAC committee. Tommy appointed her to serve on ESD 9 along with him, and then counseled the election, so the community never actually voted for her. The effect of my porn grooming outing testimony was the voter turnout increased for the ESD 9 election on Saturday from 1,000%. It went from 1,100 to 11,000. And Tommy Bailez and the rest of the incumbents were voted out. How many other elections, including the last year's board election, have to happen before Dr. Henry will acknowledge that children belong to their parents and will no longer tolerate grooming curriculum he promotes? As the leader of the curriculum writers and the leader of what's purchased and allowed, you are the #1 groomer. And I want it to stop. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Stacy DeMeyer.
Sorry, my babysitter canceled last minute. The little mini next to me. Hello, tonight I'm speaking on agenda item 7B. I attended last week's working session and found this presentation incredibly informative, but also troubling. And I'm not troubled by the results per se. I have reasonable expectations on how our students will be performing during and after the pandemic. Learning loss is understandable, and it's okay. Our children have been through a lot over these past 2 years. I am worried about how much of the responsibility of making up for this learning loss is being put solely on the shoulders of our teachers. First, the target achievement goals appear to be unrealistic, potentially creating undue stress for our teachers. When President Jackson asked about the discrepancy between the district's goal of making up the learning loss in 2 years with the Commissioner Morath's determination that learning loss will be made up in double that time, it was said that the teachers are committed to doing whatever they need to do to make sure their students are successful. This felt similar to a comment made at another meeting when it was asked how the demanding summer school enrollment will be staffed with teachers, a time when teachers get their necessary R&R. The answer, our teachers will do whatever it takes. Our teachers are burnt out, and the resolutions to problems our district faces shouldn't include making martyrs out of them. Second, the solution provided for learning loss recovery is teacher professional development. That's all. As Vice President Heidemann pointed out, the learning loss is concentrated in the district's economically disadvantaged students, a demographic of students that were affected more than others by the pandemic. Avoiding this reality and not considering other solutions that focus on these students rather than just their teachers is doing a disservice to these students and putting too much responsibility on their teachers. There must be more student-focused plans to make up for the learning losses of the pandemic. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeremy Scheid.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Scheid, and I'm a teacher here at Cypher ISD. For the past couple of years, on my ID, I've had this little tag called LAGNAP. And for those of you that don't know, it basically means to give that little extra. Well, this has been a motto that we've been following for the past, I believe, 3 years now. Teachers have been giving more and more and extra each and every year. And not just teachers, support staffs, custodians, administration, bus drivers, everyone in the community. I teach seniors, and while every time this time of year, it is sad to say goodbye, it's even sadder when I have to say goodbye to my coworkers because they can't afford just the basic necessities for what y'all pay. I've seen paraprofessionals who have to work 2 jobs. I've seen teachers who are completely burned out because of additional responsibilities that are not in their contract, but yet they continue to do it because they love their work. More and more of my coworkers are leaving because of this burnout and stress. I have witnessed teachers crying, have witnessed teachers just giving up. And not because of them no longer loving the work, but because of the stress that is put on. This is why I'm asking for a substantial increase in not only salary for, a substantial increase not only for pay for salary workers, but also especially for our hourly workers as well. And I understand what I'm asking is very large, but I think it's because of the necessary work that is needed is why it should be reflected. I'm asking for a 13% raise for salary workers and a minimum of 22 hours for hourly workers. That is my time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monica Dean.
There are 3 levels in the Cypher district to access books, possibly 4 if you include the district textbook Study Sync. The first level is the campus and online library where children can check out books either in person at their campus or online through the Destiny, Discover, or SOAR apps. The second level is the classroom library of student choice books. This is the library that was funded by the taxpayers for book purchases made by the district. The board recently approved $2.8 million to vendors for district books. The district purchased a variety of books for each ELA teacher to have a classroom library for students to have choice in their reading. The third level that no one has touched on as of yet is what we will refer to as a teacher's personal collection library. This personal collection of books is located in each classroom. These books are purchased by the individual teachers personally, not by the district. I appreciate that teachers are encouraging independent reading through student choice. Because teachers are personally funding these books, they find cost-effective ways by purchasing books at places such as half-price books, garage sales, or if a teacher retires, they may get a donation. The teacher's personal collection of books is displayed on shelves in each teacher's classroom, and students have access to check out these books and or read them during the class. Most teachers, K through 12, have a personal collection of books they are willing to share with students. What guidelines are specifically being given to each teacher for oversight of these personal collection of books? For complete transparency, faculty should list all of the personal books on their district website so parents can review the books being offered in each classroom and update their website as changes are made. Once those guidelines are established, the campus principal should make sure those procedures are followed for not only accountability, but complete transparency from the teacher to the parents as they work together towards the student's success.
Our next speaker is Burke Miller.
I'm speaking on 9C and instructional materials and the money allotted. I'm here to lodge a complaint about some of the materials being purchased and used in the district, as others have mentioned. Some of these materials are clearly racist, obscene, and pornographic. This material may include the No Place for Hate program or other critical race theory materials. Some of this material is very positive and worthwhile. Some of it is overtly racist and sexually very inappropriate for children. Some is even pornographic. The terrible COVID-19 pandemic did have at least one positive effect. It made parents and the public aware of what was being taught in our schools. And we were appalled and disgusted at what we saw. We had a big school board election here last November in which 3 candidates, advocates of the critical race theory and other left-wing policies, were defeated by people with common sense family values, which the vast majority of the community supports. There were school board elections last week here in the Houston area, where people like our values won in the Spring Branch ISD, Pearland ISD, Fort Bend ISD, Katy ISD, and Clear Creek ISD, just to name a few. Even the president of the Texas Association of School Boards, who was a CRT supporter, was fired by the Fort Bend ISD election voters. I strongly urge all our school board members and the superintendent to take a stand against critical race theory and the obscene materials that often come with it. We don't need people with perverse views doubling as educators talking dirty to our children. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monica Dean.
Had to split these in two. Okay. At the start of every school year, a parent is required to update their student record online. Some of the boxes to be checked or left unchecked are things such as if you want to receive text or email alerts from the school messenger, your student's class average, or parents can check a box giving permission to have their child's picture or video taken. This basic technology of setting and receiving alerts via text or email has also been used by large corporations such as Amazon, Netflix, and Apple. These corporations offer parental controls to filter programs and alert parents if their child is accessing content that either needs approval, prior approval, or needs to be reviewed. Since the Cypher libraries have become a huge concern for parents due to the sexually explicit and age-inappropriate content, the district has the perfect opportunity right now to give parents a voice by applying this type of basic technology. So here's the idea. The child goes to the library, finds a book, the librarian scans the student's ID, scans the book barcode. If that parent has checked off that box in the student's record that says, yes, I would like to receive a text or email alert when my child checks out a library book, the system will immediately send the name and author of the book and the options to accept, reject, or hold for review. Once the librarian receives the response, they can proceed with the parent's request. This type of notification encourages parental involvement so the parent can decide what's best for their child, and it also ensures transparency by the district and continued partnership with the parents. Great news, on March 30th, Follett Learning, the creators of Destiny Discover that Cypher currently uses, is already developing this technology, which allows parents to more easily monitor their children's choice of library books. This is not about restricting books, it's about giving parents more rights and granting permission to what their student is checking out. This is a 21st century tool to be viewed as a winning strategy to put ownership on the parent. Districts across Texas have reached out to Follett Learning. Will Cypher and will the superintendent and board members choose to be Follett Learning's model district and become the leader in Texas and across the nation to adopt this technology?
Our next speaker is Dr. Tara Cummings.
Hi, I'm going to do my best to cover a lot of ground tonight on items 4C, 7A, 7B, 9A, 9F, and 9G. Dr. Henry recognized some of our amazing teachers tonight, and I want to piggyback in light of recent Teacher Appreciation Week.
Pardon me for interrupting, and I'll have you start over. Are you asking to speak?
I'll do it all in 2 minutes.
Very good. Mr. Secretary, start the time over again. Reset it.
Thank you. Dr. Henry recognized some of our amazing teachers tonight, and I want to piggyback in light of recent Teacher Appreciation Week. Meaningful ways to show appreciation include compensation, autonomy, respect for their humanity and their rights as teachers, and reasonable expectations for their roles, responsibilities, and professional development. I want to echo my neighbors and some of our educators' calls for a raise. I'm asking for at least 5% plus a competitive retention bonus, and ask that you provide staff information about their salary prior to the cutoff for signing their next year's contract. Regarding budgetary decisions, I also urge the district to budget for implementation of the equity audit recommendations on the basis of equity, period, but also toward improved retention and recruitment of diverse, highly qualified staff. I would like to remind everyone of the importance of consistent access to diverse, challenging literature toward early childhood literacy and college, career, and military readiness efforts. As has been the case, every single parent has the opportunity to opt out of any literature that they so choose for their own child. No one is grooming or indoctrinating anyone. In making TASB nominations, I urge trustees to remember the importance of competence, the TASB Code of Ethics, our new trustees' unethical, bad faith track record, including indicating on video that they want to do away with TASB's, quote, liberal agenda, and the best interest of CFISD in providing true opportunity for all. Accordingly, I ask that our new trustees not be nominated for a TASB position. It's clear that our students require increased emotional support, and without it, teachers and staff face increased burnout. To address both the need for increased support and staff wellness and retention, I'm glad to see the MOU with Sam Houston State for a degree in school counseling. I'm also very glad to see on the agenda the agreement with Harris County Resources for Children and Adults as a pathway for providing much needed, no-cost support for our students and families who are at risk or in crisis. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Kathleen Sharer.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Scherer, and I am speaking proudly on behalf of the Cy-Fair Civic Alliance on Agenda Item 7A, Budget. Thank you to CFISD for excellent management of our district finances. It's truly commendable what the district does for students and staff under considerable pressure and constraint. The state of Texas does not adequately fund public schools despite its wealth, and I hope we will all keep that in mind when we vote in November. CFISD teachers are required to sign their contracts for the 2022-2023 school year by this Friday, but they have not yet learned their salaries. Amidst a worsening teacher shortage, we must act quickly to show our teachers how much we value them. The cost of living in Cypress has increased dramatically in recent years, and now we're dealing with high inflation. Furthermore, TRS health insurance is subpar. While we're glad premiums won't increase next school year, our teachers have struggled with rising insurance costs for a long time now. We appreciate last year's raise, and these challenging times call for another. Please give all teachers a retention bonus and a 5% raise without a midpoint caveat. Any delay may cost us some great educators. Please communicate about pay before this Friday's contract signing deadline. Another budget-related issue that has been brought up, shortages of paraprofessionals, substitute teachers, cafeteria workers, and bus drivers. Paraprofessionals are skilled workers who meet the needs of our most vulnerable students, yet we do not pay them a living wage. Our subs aren't paid a competitive rate, and we often don't have enough of them to cover absences. We also have a shortage of bus drivers and cafeteria workers. Our students cannot thrive without these important employees. Please give them a raise as well. I urge CFISD to do everything we can to improve compensation for employees who work directly with students, but let me be clear, the state of Texas underfunds our schools. The fault ultimately lies with the folks in Austin, so let's all keep this in mind come November.
Please wrap up. We will now proceed with board comments. 5A, any board member may make a comment during this portion of the agenda without prior posting being required. Comment items may not pertain to the character of any student, staff, or board member and may not be discussed or deliberated upon at this meeting. I'll start to my right. Scott Henry.
Good evening, and thank you everyone for coming out tonight. And thank you everyone for watching online as well. I want to stop briefly with just a couple of comments on a lot of feedback I've received via email and also to me personally about the book situation. I thought at least make people aware of what I have done to address the situation behind the scenes. I've sent the new policy over to our legal counsel for them to review and to take a look and see how it can be incorporated into our local policy as well. I and other trustees have asked for clarity on how parents can review library content, and the administration has been very, very helpful in giving this information to us. If you have any questions on books in our library, I invite you to go to our CFID, our Cy-Fair website. No login is required for the information, and if you need any help on that, I'm sure that your kids can probably help you with that as well, more than you. It is a little difficult, I will say. I will also encourage you, if you do have problems as a parent with any of the books that your kids are looking at, work with your kid's teacher, work with the kid's principal, or work with his designee. There is a policy called EF Local Policy, and you can look that up. Raise your issue up. Work with your kids' work with your kid's school. I will say, as a personal thing, Facebook's probably not the best place for that. Just raise up the issue. It's easier doing it that way if you can. That's the best way to do that and handle that issue. At the end of the day, you are the parent. You are in control of your kid's education. And we have to partner with you, and we value that relationship you have. On to my usual positive things. I want to thank everyone again for coming here tonight. This past week and a half, we have attended many different celebrations. It's one of the privileges we get to have as a trustee and also as a friend. One of those celebrations, unfortunately, was with my best friend's father's funeral. The finale sometimes is a celebration, but it's also an accomplishment of someone's life. It was also a very moving celebration And I didn't mean to make the whole room kind of get dull on me here, but it was truly inspiring to see of someone's life, of someone's life that he lived very well for him. Another was for volunteerism. It's great to see so many people that had so many great works that do so many great things for our district and for our kids day in and day out. The other was for an award ceremony for kids. And to see so many kids accomplish so many different things this past year is just amazing, especially to get to see them individually at the different awards. All three of these different events have a common theme to me. It's celebrating the great accomplishments in life, in different journeys of everyone's life. You know, there's no great limits to what our growth is as humans, whether it's human intelligence, or whether it's imagination, or whether it's wonder. I'd like to close with this very special challenge to our students. Your generation is coming to an age where it's the most challenging, but it's also the most exciting time in history. High tech is revolutioning our industries. It's renewing our economy. It's also promising new hope, and it's also a lot of opportunity we have ahead of us. But you must earn the reward that's ahead of you. You got to work hard, but the harder you work today is the greater you have reward for tomorrow. But you got to make sure you get that training. You got to make sure you have the skills that you can take advantages of the opportunity ahead of you. So get a good education. That's the key to your success. It'll open your mind. It'll give you the wings to your spirit. There's a fabulous new world waiting for you. My generation discovered that, just like George is out there has discovered it as well. But you are summoning all the faith, all the effort, and all the discipline you can muster to claim that for you as well. I look forward to seeing all of our graduates at the end of the month. And again, I thank you very much for everyone being here tonight. Thank you.
Dr. Natalie Blassingame.
I guess my daughter will feel better about her AP Computer Science test she took today, given your encouragement. I'm going to attempt to make this in the 2 minutes. I think I'm going to fail, but let's try. Starting my timer. Teachers are the most important employees of our school system. We all exist to make them successful on the front lines of our school district. At the tail end of Teacher Appreciation Week, I do want to express how much I appreciate and deeply respect your work, teachers. Thank you to all the amazing teachers we have in CFISD. You bring rigor, relevance, and relationships to your students, and I honor you today. On a special note, I want to welcome Coach Schott back. He was missed by his Lobo students. I also want to advocate for each teacher to have a classroom to teach in. The PASA study last month looked at capacity versus enrollment, and I'm asking our administration to study how many teachers are being asked to float next year, even after the additions that we're going to vote on today in Agenda Item 9H3. Which is relocation of portables. Floating makes teaching very difficult, and I feel like it doesn't honor the profession. First things first, I'm dedicated to keeping CFISD the district choice for the very best teachers. Also, to all the mothers and fathers, please know that I'm committed to respect your lines of authority in your decision-making for your own child. I understand that our role as a district is to partner with you in a values-aligned way to bring life to the hopes and dreams you have for your own child. I respect parent choice and voice. To the aspect of voice, I continue to advocate for greater opportunities to hear from our citizens at board meetings in the third largest district in Texas. I will vote for measures put before this board to increase the number of community members able to share voice with the board. And when I say community members, I mean parents, grandparents, taxpayers, educators, students, business members, nonprofit leaders, faith-based leaders, etc. Living in the geographic boundaries of CFISD is great, but anyone who cares to serve our community and our students to fight for their education, for their hearts and their minds, is welcome here. We don't always have to agree, but voices deserve to be heard. I want to go on the record with my stance on library books. Parent choice, period. This goes for library, digital library, classroom libraries, including teacher-purchased books in the classroom libraries and any materials. Our students are 18 and under. Their parents have a legal responsibility for them and are the ultimate authority of what they have access to. We differentiate for all kinds of things. Photo permissions, student records, alerts for weather, school cash online. Let's apply our ingenuity to access for books. Finally, human sexuality curriculum will be on the agenda of the SHAC meeting tomorrow. I have reviewed the curriculum after special arrangement. I'm advocating for greater transparency and access of the curriculum for parents and community. In reviewing it, I saw just one area. We're at 2 minutes, so I just saw one area where I feel that greater discussion is needed. We have received formal requests for the SHAC to create a human sexuality subcommittee, like the existing one for fitness. It has been stated that the board needs to approve this creation of the subcommittee, and I propose that we move to create a subcommittee. I appreciate the presentation on early childhood and CCMR proficiency plans, and I look forward to data in June about the literacy growth of our students in CFISD this year. Literacy is a civil right. Finally, thank you for the privilege of serving our community.
Mr. Sarabia.
Welcome everybody here. As always, a wonderful happy Mother's Day to all the ladies here and the mothers here yesterday. I want to start with, I got out to see a few events throughout the district. Lovely participation throughout, great presentation here of some of the award winners that were lucky to advance in their field. The district is coming back full blast. I like to see that. And it'll last through early summer and stuff as well. Look forward to getting out and about with the graduations coming up that Scott had mentioned. We were talking about that before and how a great job that Iffy and Deborah put out there for us as trustees, helping with the graduations. On a different note, about 20 years ago, my oldest was in 8th grade, and I got into coaching his 8th grade pre-high team in baseball. And that started me on where I'm at still. I was coaching baseball yesterday on Mother's Day, a 14 under 8th grade team. And I was notified a little over a week ago that I'm going back to mental illness and the stress that our educators are on, and not only educators, but the public for the last couple of years, the students as well. And so I was notified that one of my players is no longer with us. So the stress that goes on through these young minds is horrific to deal with. I can't imagine the stress. As parents, as leaders, as a district, as a community in a whole, we need to come to a healing part to where they can reach out to us. The district has done many things to help with this. It was troubling. I heard Scott also say something about somebody passing recently, and I didn't want to bring down anything, but mental illness is something that some of my board members have always stressed the last couple of years, and I'm here to advocate for that. I texted my son a minute ago, and I said, we don't seem to be in a good spot, and it's not good for our children. We need to find a medium to where we can agree on that what's best for the children, with, of course, without stepping on their rights, but also making sure that it's what the parents want too. So we need to do better. The remarks that we hear from whoever when they come at us, it's not good. It's never well to speak ill of someone. I really believe that. And I try not to do that and show some leadership in that aspect. But I want to make sure that everyone is heard and we're not hurting anyone in any way, but to realize that we're not all the same. We are each other's brothers and sisters, and we need to do better. Sorry, Tom.
To my left, Luke Scanlon.
Thank you, President Jackson. I will keep my comments this evening brief. So first, congrats to the students and the parents who are about to graduate. What an exciting time and a big milestone in your lives. So it's, we made it. You guys made it. So it's wonderful to see. For all of our teachers, principals, staff, support services, thank you for your support and the excellence that you guys continue to focus on. As I've been out in the schools this year, I witnessed it firsthand, and I appreciate the dedication that I've observed to the small details and the connections that I've witnessed in the classroom to the students. So, positive comments. I had the opportunity in the last week to go and attend Anthony Middle School, their spring orchestra concert. And so me as a musician, that was my first career. I got to see young people learning how to play an instrument. And I always encourage any kind of extracurricular activity because it's a wonderful way for them to, A, develop new friendships, but also be challenged through friendly competition to be better and to have teamwork and to find new ways to excel, both in the classroom and outside of the classroom. Especially if the children who may listen to this, the children who were in 8th grade, who started their journey. In normal cases, a student will, as a 6th grader, choose to play an instrument. But in this case, we had 3 8th graders in their 8th grade year decide they wanted to be in orchestra and pick up the instrument, which is an unusual path. It's not. And so in that, they had to be brave, they had to do something different, they had to do something for themselves and be passionate about doing that thing for themselves. So I was really encouraged to see those students choose to do that in their 8th grade year. Regarding potential areas of improvement, in the last board meetings, we've heard comments regarding books and a lot of passion around that. On April 11th, the TEA released guidance on statewide standards for policy regarding library content. I passed that policy and the guidance to Dr. Henry and to President Tom Jackson on April 12th, the next day, simply asking a question. Are there areas in which we can improve? And so Dr. Henry and Mr. Jackson will work with the administration to determine if we see areas to improve. In the meantime, echoing what Dr. Blassingame said, parents, we support you. We've always supported you. We want you to be the first person in line for your kids. And so the process, as Mr. Henry alluded to earlier, the administration was helpful to us in providing us guidance on what the process is. We have a decentralized process where if someone has a question about books for their kids, they can reach out to their local schools. They can reach out to their local administrators and have a discussion and understand what's available. And so it's interesting, this evening I happen to have the principal of my daughter in the audience, Miss Meredith Akers, soon to be Dr. Meredith Akers. And so I can tell you personally that Mrs. Akers is very connected to my daughter. My daughter knows exactly who she is, and Dr. Akers, I'm already calling you Dr. Akers. Mrs. Akers knows who my daughter is. So there's a wonderful connection. I know the connection I have with my own school because I'm involved. And so if I have a question regarding my child's access to books, I'm going to follow that process, and I will work with Mrs. Akers, and we will find a path to success. So in the interim, I look forward to hearing from the administration if we have opportunities for improvement. And for our parents that are out there, we hear you and we're listening. And my last comment regarding teachers and pay. This is a non-political item, period. We support our teachers, and we are endeavoring to give our teachers the best competitive package possible. I can say that for all the board members here. And so we will strive and continue to strive to earn their trust as they give their careers, put their careers in our hands. We will seek to be competitive. No more comments.
Debbie Blackshear.
Good evening, everyone.
I want to comment a little bit on Mr. and Ms. Gerard that we honored this evening. I have been involved with FFA for probably 32 years now, and in all my tenure, I have never known a community partner who put back more into our students than Mr. Gerard and his family do each year. Throughout the years, I've watched people come and go as top buyers, but Mr. Gerard is the first one. Not only is he there for the kids who get grand and reserve, but he cares enough to stay throughout the sale and make sure that the students at the bottom that didn't place as highly get a very competitive price for their animal as well. And in today's society, that is very rare that someone, because I mean, sometimes we're talking 3.5 hours. It's in February, sometimes it's cold, sometimes it's really warm in the barn, but Mr. Gerard is definitely there for our students each year, time and again. And I just want to personally congratulate him for all he does for our students. We have many great community partners and community individuals throughout this great community who support our students. And I so appreciate it because it takes all of us as a community working together to do the best for our students. Next, I want to touch upon teacher appreciation. That was last week. I mean, I've heard Dr. Henry say it time and again, we can all remember a teacher that was special to us. I can remember a teacher that was special to both my boys. She had them in the first grade. They were not twins. They were 2 years apart. But she came to Texas as right out of college, was recruited from Wisconsin and taught. She knew not anyone except she and her roommate came together. And throughout that time, she poured in to my boys and to her other students and truly showed love to them. So much so that when summer came, she called me to see if she could come and pick them up and take them to the zoo. And one year she came up and picked them up and took them to the ice cream, to get ice cream. Now that is a special teacher, and my boys, when she married, were invited. We were all invited as a family to her wedding, but we still keep lines of communication today. Her own children are grown, and one's a nurse and one's in landscaping, but truly a special teacher that my boys remember and I remember. And through volunteering at Danish, I can name you any number of special teachers at Danish that pour into their students, as do teachers throughout our district. So I just want to show my love and appreciation, not only for all of our teachers, but our paras, our cafeteria workers, our transportation workers, our custodians. You know, it really does take a village to raise a child, and they all do play a very important and significant part in the education of our children. And on the note of educators, I was privileged to be able to attend the Retiree Banquet a few weeks ago where we honored all of our retirees. It was 3 years rolled into one because of the pandemics of the past 2 years. But it was so wonderful to have an opportunity to recognize and show our appreciation for those who have given so much to our students and to our school district. So one more time, congratulations to all our retirees, and you will be terribly missed. And then finally, I want to say congratulations to all of our 2022 graduates. I can't believe there's another graduation upon us. I know I told you a few months ago that I hoped I would be able to walk. I will not be able to make all the graduations this year. I will be present for some, and unfortunately will not be able to walk with them, but will be able to be on stage to welcome them and show them our appreciation and how very proud we are of our students. Our students in Cypher ISD have an opportunity like no other school district in this country. And my boys will tell you this is why they moved back to Cypress after graduation, to raise their families so their children, my grandchildren, could have the same type of opportunity. So here's to all the 2022 graduates. May you go far and may life give you all the best. Thank you.
Julie Heinerman.
I want to say thank you, Debbie, for sharing your heart and your passion with us. You have been a joy to serve with and a role model as a school board trustee, your heart and your passion for our district and for our kids. At the end of the April formal board meeting, somebody came up to me afterwards, approached here as I was packing up, and she said, I know we don't agree on anything, but I just want to thank you for being a good listener. And I thought, how do you know we don't agree on anything? You don't even know me. And I think that sometimes other people try to define us. And I would encourage you, if you have a question about me or you want to know what I think, go ahead and ask me yourself. I'll answer. But just because something is said at that podium doesn't make it true. There's been a narrative that it's schools against parents, or teachers against parents, or principals against parents, or Dr. Henry against parents. But I would encourage everyone to remember that teachers and principals and administrators are parents too. Their kids go to our schools. It's not an us versus them. Our teachers work so hard every day to love not just their own kids, but to love your kids too, and my kids, and Dr. Henry's grandkids. So I just would ask maybe for some grace, maybe ask questions instead of just listening to someone who doesn't know me, doesn't know your kid's teacher, doesn't know the librarian, doesn't really know Dr. Henry. I would encourage the district to get moving on this library book issue. I know we're working on we're looking at the procedures and the policies, and it's very much left up to the parents to reach out to the schools, but there needs to be clarity about that. So we need to pick up the pace on that, okay? I know it's frustrating, especially for those who are not parents, because for those of us who are parents, we know that we can contact the principal or talk to the librarian, and that we can control what books our kids have access to. But for those who don't live in our district or who don't have kids in our schools, it's frustrating because they don't know, because they're not part of it. That's kind of intentional because the goal is to protect parents' rights, the parents of our students. It is about parents' rights. It's about the parents of CFISD students. So in addition to the events that some of my colleagues have mentioned, I also did attend the National Merit Recognition Celebration, which was wonderful to see the incredible accomplishments, the academic accomplishments of our students. And it reminded me when my own daughter crossed that stage and received her National Merit Recognition as a finalist. I also attended the NAC celebration, which is the New Arrival Center, and those are for students who are brand new to the United States and didn't speak English a year ago. And that night they sang to us, and they shared their stories. And that is truly opportunity for all. Whether you are the highest achiever or you are someone who didn't even speak English when you started school this year, and now you do. The Berry Center was packed with families to celebrate all of those kids. I also got to go to the art show and to celebrate all the incredible talent of our students in terms of sculpture and photography and painting and drawing, and just to see students thrive artistically is just as rewarding as the academic achievements. Went to the volunteer celebration, always such a great fun event. We are so blessed to have volunteers in our schools, and we are always looking for more. If you feel passionate about Cypress ISD, I encourage you to volunteer in our schools. There's plenty of opportunities. Finally, I attended the Future Educators Celebration. This was an amazing event where we were celebrating those students who are graduating and going to college to become teachers. It was so fun to celebrate them and their families, to see that when they get their degrees, that we will welcome them back with open arms. Some of our very best educators are students, were students here in our district before. Finally, this is our last board meeting before the end of the school year, so I just wanted to say thank you. This was not an easy year. I appreciate all the hard work of everyone in our schools, and I wish everyone a very blessed summer. Thank you.
On a couple of points that Mr. Henry and Mr. Scanlon noted, shortly after receiving the email from Mr. Scanlon, I arranged a meeting with Vice President Heineman, Dr. Henry, and other senior members to review the library policy on the books. My approach as a trustee is more higher level as opposed to putting my fingers into the weeds. Senior management has reviewed it, as Mr. Henry noted. That initial review was in fact shared with the board. I can't comment on any details because of the manner in which the meeting took place, other than we have taken steps, we have discussed it. May not move as quickly as some might like, but there is movement. Charles Lee, Gates and Washington, Hamilton and Burr, Jefferson and Adams. Political smear campaigns have been part of our history's pastime since our country's creation. It might even be said that it's part of our very fabric, the clothes we wear, our DNA. It has found its way into blogs about school boards and rhetoric across Harris County and the rest of Texas. I know it won't stop, but it really should. I have said this before multiple times this year. A strike against one board member is a strike against all. Prior to COVID, I made over 100 school visits, but my first 2 for this school year didn't happen until this last month. They were at Woodward Elementary and Anthony Middle School. Both of these are excellent schools and high-performing as viewed through the contextual lens of opportunities that walk through the door. A special note is Woodward, where the approach is not on test scores, but rather on creating a warm and supportive culture where teaching and learning can flourish, and test scores will follow. Anthony is a wonderfully diverse campus with constant successes to celebrate, which would include a Science Olympiad team that is qualified for state every year of its existence, and a band program always earning consistent ones at UIL. On a side note, Mr. Scanlon, I know you're aware of it, but perhaps the viewing public isn't. Once again, this year, Cy-Fair was recognized as one of the best musical communities in the United States. You're a musician, so you already know this. But being one of the best in the state of Texas automatically puts you in one of the top 3 or 4 states in the country. So being recognized as one of the best in the nation is not a surprise, but it is welcome. Of note, at Anthony is plans that a middle school watchdog program is being rolled out on a trial basis. So far, the results are very encouraging. At the last board meeting, a colleague indirectly suggested I limit the time of my comments. This is not the first time a colleague has made mention of this, and I'm sure it won't be the last. The board operating procedures were drafted and adopted when I was a trustee, and I jokingly told council it looked as if one of the points in there was a muzzle tom rule. She assured me that such was not the case. I still have not completely decided that that is true. I have ridden 100 yellow dogs, and anybody who can claim half that number, come see me. Let's share a cup of coffee and we can chat about how long I talk. Special events I attended, including National Merit Student Recognitions, the New Arrival Center Graduation Celebration, the Retirement Banquet for teachers, staff, and administrators, the first district-wide adjudicated art show with entries from every campus, the VIPS Appreciation Lunch, and, of course, more JROTC. The VIPS recognition is always special, as I am reminded of the support the district receives not only from the faith-based community, businesses, other nonprofits, but also financially established campuses within our district adopting other campuses in our district. Truly, from one school reaching out to another. Watching the talent walk out the door is always bittersweet, but I am reminded of the mentorship program and the leadership academies as developed by Roy Garcia and the strong work by Dr. Deborah Stewart and her team to help replace that talent. When I was a student, there was not a special recognition in my district for National Merit Kids. I am pleased that in addition to the district-wide recognition, individual high school campuses provide additional recognitions for these talented students. It is always fun to speak to these students and their family members at these events and learn of future plans. I visited the NAC program every year of its existence in Cy-Fair, and the NAC celebrations are truly a moment of joy. Dr. Macias borrowed a program from another district and changed it to fit the Cy-Fair business model, and in so doing received national accolades and awards. Perhaps most poignant was the art show when parents and students asked me to see student art. A special note were two self-portraits. One of charcoal that bore an excellent resemblance to the student herself, and another that was equally well done but was meant to convey a meaning. I dropped to one knee so I could be at eye level with the student, who was the artist. She explained her drawing to me. One aspect of her drawing was to represent that everybody has the same color of blood. Reminded me of my dad, a decorated combat veteran in Normandy, who told me, "Remember, son, we all bleed red." And so tonight I tip my hat to all who made Woodward and Anthony a better place for our students, and to those who have given so much of their life for the students of this district, but also to those who have stepped up to take their place. We will now proceed with citizen participation. As a reminder of our new process, if you have registered to speak this evening, you will see the order of names listed on the screens to your right and to your left. Before your name is called, please move forward and sit in one of the two reserved seats on the front row closest to the podium on my right. Agenda item 6A. Patrons who have duly registered per policy BED local may address the board regarding matters of concern interest to the district other than the character of any student, staff, or board member. The board may not act upon any matter that is not listed under the action item portion of the agenda. To participate tonight, registration was between 5:30 and 5:50 on the day of the board meeting at the entrance to the Cy-Fair boardroom. And our first speaker tonight is Deborah Edwards.
To the Board of Trustees of Cy-Fair ISD, my name is Deborah Edwards, and I'm here this evening to talk to you and share some of my views about the violence that's going on in Cy-Fair schools. On April 22nd, Houston news stations aired a video of a 13-year-old black girl that got beat down by another black girl. Her father had gone to school and reported it several times. Nothing was done by the school or by the school district. There was nothing done to stop this child from being bullied. This is unacceptable. Amen. The violence in Cy-Fair ISD must stop now. Cypher ISD knows exactly what to do to stop it, but you choose to do nothing. Cypher does a great job of taking over parental responsibilities like feeding and clothing students, but you refuse to do the job that you were hired to do, and that is to teach them to read, write, and reason, and keep them safe at school. I believe that Cypher won't do what it needs to do to stop the violence because it has no expectations for the success of economically disadvantaged students. I thank God that when my husband and I were going through school, the system just discriminated against us because we were black, never because we were poor. As I take my seat, my final comment to you all is this: the God in heaven that I serve sits high, but he sees mighty, mighty low. And those of us that know better, he holds to a higher standard. Thank you.
Our next speaker is George Edwards, Jr.
Good evening to the Board of Trustees, Superintendent, and the district staff. Violence in Cypher schools is out of control and needs to be addressed head-on. A recent incident of violence against a young black female student at Thornton Middle School was the latest example of why a district-wide timeout is needed to address the issue of school violence. What is a timeout? A timeout is initiated by the leadership of the school district. All school leaders would be assembled at the same time, and the district leaders would issue a directive that simply states that violence will not be tolerated on any of the school campuses. If there is something brewing, or school leaders have been told or warned of problems beforehand, they should act to resolve the problems promptly with a follow-up to the parent or student who brought forward the complaint. If the principals and assistant principals need to walk the school halls to ensure order, then that needs to happen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Our next speaker is Charles Strange.
Good evening. My name is Charles Strange, and I'm here to advocate for a third wrestling coach for all Cypher high schools. Currently, there are approximately 1.5 coaches at each school that cover the junior varsity for women's and boys wrestling. Most schools have a head coach dedicated to the sport and a part-time assistant that coaches football as well. This puts an undue burden on the coaches and athletes. Coaches are spread thin, especially during the fall, trying to teach the sport and coach at tournaments. Kids struggle to learn because of the high kid-to-coach ratio, and sometimes they have to compete without a coach in their corner. A third coach would help by improving the athlete-to-coach ratio. It would improve the safety in the practice room, as in the fall, sometimes there's only one coach, 40, 50 kids, all trying to learn the only approved combat sport in high school. And it would hopefully help improve the high coach turnover that CFSID has with the high school wrestling coaches. So, thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Sandra Roland Munoz.
I come before you, a very broken mother. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Edwards. My child has been beaten on campus 3 times. I have the videos in my phone engraved in my heart, and they haunt me in my dreams. I have begged my campus principal. I have begged the staff. I have emailed y'all, and I have begged y'all to hear my cry for my son, who on March 21st survived an attempt at suicide, who again last week tried suicide. What is it gonna take for y'all to give me a minute of your time without coming here publicly and begging Mark Henry? I have met with you and you have met my child. Mr. Garcia, I have met with you. I have cried, I have been kind, I have been patient, I have been forgiving. I still show support, I still show grace. I need y'all's grace. This isn't about my TEA complaint for his special education issues. This is about my son being retaliated against. This is about my son being sexually harassed. This is about my son living and me not having to bury my child. On March 22nd of 2010, I already had one child attempt suicide due to the bullying endured on this district's grounds. By the grace of God, my precious child survived. But I will not stand any further and allow y'all to take another life from me. I will not allow my precious son, who isn't innocent. He's made mistakes and he's said and done things, but he has a mental illness that is documented that y'all refuse to accept and acknowledge. His responses and his behaviors are documented by 3 hospitals and by medical staff to be recognized as.
Please wrap up.
They are recognized based on the trauma he has endured for the last 4 school years. I have begged y'all to please call me and talk to me personally. I have been kind to Mr. Garcia. I've never been disrespectful to
Please
Mr.
wrap
Stewart.
up.
I ask you for a phone call, Mr. Henry. That's all.
Our next speaker is Bob Kobe.
It's amazing how nervous it is out here. President Jackson, Board of Trustees, Dr. Henry, awesome A team that I love so dearly. Faculty, my God, principals and administrators and teachers from all over this district. I love you so much, and I appreciate this district. In listening and watching board meetings, I've been pleased to hear that there have been positive and growing understanding of just how great Cy-Fair ISD is, compared locally, statewide, and across the nation. I'm prayerful that this awakening continues, as Dr. Henry always says, we are not perfect and can always improve, but we are solid in our opportunity for all. Last month, or 2 months ago, because I didn't get to speak last month, I didn't get my name drawn. Last month, 2 programs were highlighted by the board comments, and I felt a need to share how wonderful these programs are and how they came into being. Watchdogs, which was created by the National Center of Fathering, addressing the need to have father or father figures involved in students' education. In 2010-2011, Dr. John Ogletree, Don Mine, and myself attended a NSBA conference in Jacksonville, Florida, where the session was presented and addressed discipline issues that were being helped by the watchdogs. I believe some of our local principals had seen the similar presentation when we returned Cy-Fair to Cy-Fair, and through Dr. Ogletree's leadership and our insistence, it was implemented and the pilot program began, and it was most successful. Dear God, that went fast. Okay. The next one is the New Arrival Center. I'm going to tell you this real quick. Of course, you heard our president say that we borrowed it. We did borrow it from Galena Park ISD, and the superintendent there was Dr. Mark Henry. And we adopted it, but Linda Macias made it better. We tell him that all the time. But I'm going to tell you, one of the things that we've done, I'm so proud of these kids that walk across. In the past 10 years, I've congratulated each and every one as they walk across that stage. I challenge each one of you to do the same thing. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Brian Henry.
Good evening. I am a Cy-Fair ISD resident and parent. I am a proud member of the Cy-Fair Civic Alliance and have been teaching in Texas public schools for 12 years. I speak at these meetings because I care about this district, its staff, and its students. I choose to believe that most people who speak at these meetings care about the same things. I choose not to question people's motives or intentions. But what we saw last month on display in this room, the vile things that were said and read, the ugly accusations made against neighbors here and online, does nothing to support the students of Cy-Fair ISD. It does nothing to retain teachers. It does nothing to reduce teen depression, teen anxiety, teen stress, teen drug use, or teen suicide. Because that's why we're all here, right? We are desperately trying to figure out how in the hell we can make this broken world safer for our children to grow up in. But here's the thing. Taking books of fiction off the shelf at the school library isn't going to change the reality of the world they encounter outside the classroom or see on their smartphones. It is true that our kids are confronting a lot of ugliness in the world right now, but it's not coming from the library at the local public school. We have heard a lot lately about parental rights. I support parental rights, but I support the rights of all parents, whatever their politics or religious beliefs. I also support students' rights. Everyone in this community has a right to be here and to have their voice heard, but how we participate matters. We are modeling through our behavior what civic engagement should and shouldn't look like to the youth of this community. If they copy what they've seen in this room and online in recent months, we aren't setting them up for success, we aren't improving this school district, and we aren't improving our society. This has been a hard year for teachers, administrators, staff, students, and parents. Let's strive to do better and be better next year. And going off script, Miss Endemayo, who personally attacked Dr. Henry, you are basically Joseph McCarthy at this point. And when Senator McCarthy accused President Eisenhower of being a communist, everyone knew he was full of it. So thank you.
Okay, everyone in the audience. Okay, ma'am.
You have zero credibility now.
Ma'am, y'all have to. Guys in the audience, you have to let people speak.
Get control.
So if audience members, please be quiet. Several times names have been mentioned tonight. If you choose to mention somebody's name, don't be surprised if somebody mentions your name as well. No, the policy does not change. Let's return to the board agenda. The next speaker is Kayla Acosta.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kayla Acosta. To the board and everyone here tonight, I appreciate and allow you the time to speak. I am here speaking on behalf of my daughter, both of my daughters, but especially one of them, that is a 5th grader, on April 11th, last month. Does anyone know what last month's awareness was? Well, last month's awareness was Sexual Harassment Awareness Month. And on April 11th at Franklin Elementary School, I got a call that my 11-year-old daughter was sexually assaulted, not only by one child, not only by 2, but 3 of her peers, in the cafeteria amongst all of her peers. When I got the chance to speak to my daughter let me know that no one was there to protect her. Not only on April 11th when I was informed of this, I also wrote a letter to the school asking my children could they be excused, because my children on April 8th did not want to go to school. And I'm an advocate for education. I am an educator. I'm a qualified mental health professional. I am also a licensed anger resolution therapist. But all these things that I ask of you board members today and everyone listening, I hear a lot of people saying, show people grace and show people mercy. And I teach my children that every day, that when they go to school, I teach them, girls, make sure you go and be what? Be a leader, and they follow it with mommy, not a follower. But the school district and that school, the principal and the Franklin staff did not protect my daughter for 1 minute and 4 seconds while those boys put their hands all over my daughter and her private parts. And the only thing that the Cypher ISD police did was look into it and decided that, oh, no charges will be pressed because there was no penetration. How do you not know nothing was penetrated on her? Absolutely not. I've asked, I've come up here day after day, and I waited for this moment, and I will wrap up, so you don't have to stop me. But this is not acceptable, and I will be going forth any further that I can since you guys cannot seem to do it yourselves. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aisha Indemayo.
I think I know why there's so much bullying, because at the leadership, it is allowed. I was assaulted at a board meeting in January. I brought it up the last 2 board meetings, and my letter to home says, thank you for participating. I want the leaders to let people know bullying is not okay, but you don't. You let the assaulter serve in leadership. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Now, I want to talk about grooming. I'll read the definition because that's what I'm calling Dr. Henry and Julie Heinemann, and I stand by it. I don't need to know your personality because I know the definition and I know the stuff you promote. Grooming, the deliberate act of bringing a child into a sexual, political, or racial ideology, practice, cult, or lifestyle without the knowledge or consent by his or her parents for the aim of isolating them from their families so the external party can abuse and manipulate them. Julie said she wanted more clarity about the books. I'll give you 3 examples. This is called All Boys Aren't Blue, available in 7 libraries. I'll quote it. He reached his hand down and pulled out my dick. He quickly went to giving me head. I just sat back and enjoyed it, as I could tell he was too. This book, Beyond Magenta, available at Watkins Middle School and available at high schools. From 6 up, I used to kiss other guys in my neighborhood and make out with them and perform oral sex on them. I liked it. I used to love oral, and I touched their you-know-whats. Last book, Red, White, and Royal Blue. It's available in 7 libraries. Alex rolls his eyes. For fuck's sake, man, you just had my dick in your mouth. You can kiss me goodnight. At the end of the day, you are the one who signs to get all those books. So talking to the principal, which I've already done, sends you in a cyclical matter in which we can never get anything written on your policies. When Linda Macias calls me, it doesn't qualify as my written response that I asked for. I want proof of your policies so I can tell parents, and you haven't given it to me all year.
Please wrap up.
There's hundreds of books available. We have proof.
Our next speaker is Jen Williams.
No one gonna come to my defense? Y'all want to sit up here?
These meetings are really hard to be at, but I keep coming because it's worth it. So I'm going to continue. I'm going to change directions. My name is Jen Williams. I am also a proud member of the Cypher Civic Alliance. In honor of Nurse Appreciation, we wanted to take a moment to thank our CFISD's head nurse, Bevan Gordon, and the nurses on every single campus who have shown up daily to keep our students and staff safe during the pandemic, but also during the height of flu season, lice outbreaks, spiked fevers, bloody accidents on the playground, potty accidents, and daily responsibilities like feeding tubes and administration of medication, and more, and more, and more, and more. There's a lot of talk about all of the wonderful people who are working so hard on our campuses. I was and will be a teacher soon. I know firsthand what goes on campus. Nurses are a part of that too. They're a part of our community, and they're the reason that we succeed. Our nurses spend time with our most vulnerable students daily. Thank you for caring for our kiddos while we're away. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Stacy DeMeyer.
Hello. I'd like to speak about teacher appreciation and the amazing educators we have in our district. Last week was Teacher Appreciation Week, and I was thinking about all of the teachers that I've come across during my 3 years in the school district. I am very involved in my children's school and volunteer regularly in the library and classroom. I have also become certified to be a substitute in our district as a way to help with the substitute teacher shortage our district is facing. I interact with a lot of teachers, and I even have experience with filling the shoes of one for a day. I have learned two things from my experiences. One, our district has done an amazing job at selecting the absolute best teachers around. Every teacher my children have had, I love. Shout out to Mrs. LaFosse, Mrs. Nowak, Mrs. Truitt, and Mrs. Brown, formerly Ms. Hemphill at Keith Elementary. And two, they have incredibly hard jobs. Teachers use so much physical, emotional, and mental energy every moment they are in their classroom. Add in the politicalization of public education, and I could see how this job can become unbearable. I can understand why teachers are leaving the profession. The unspeakable attacks by many people in this audience right now on our teachers, librarians, and administrators is wrong and must be stopped. We have people from both inside our community and out calling out these teachers and librarians by name and all over social media. Their claims are disgusting and false, enabled by the new trustees as seen tonight, and are simply a part of the current strategy to attack public education. Before book banning, it was CRT. Before CRT, it was masks. And when the book banning outcry dies down, they will have their new attack like clockwork. These people are making a circus out of our district as part of their strategy and their political games, and our teachers and students are collateral damage. I hope the district can do something to protect these teachers being attacked and to prevent outside influences from having a platform in our meetings. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a statement. I am not a groomer, and neither is Dr. Henry. These statements that were made here tonight are offensive and inaccurate.
Okay, guys, Miss Indemayo, y'all can't speak from the audience. You can't shout from the audience. Miss Indemayo.
No, actually, legally you can make comments.
Hey, guys.
We're going to be taking a 5-minute break. As a board, we will have to meet to consider the personal attacks against people on the dais, but also against people in the audience. We cannot let this continue to go on, and as a board, either we will move together to do something about it, or we will take a stand. And some will say they are for personal attacks, and some will say they are against it. But we're going to take a 5-minute break right now. Agenda item 7B. The administration will present an oral report on the preliminary budget for the 2022-2023 school year. Dr. Mark Henry, you want to open with some comments?
Yeah, okay. Yes, just as we were putting this budget together in my 31 years as a superintendent, this has probably been one of the most difficult. In fact, thankfully, we have ESSER money, which is the federal money, or we would really be in a tight spot. As many have spoken this evening, that there is no mechanism in place at the state level to account for inflation. So when you have a year where inflation is going up like it has the last couple of years, there's no adjustment to the basic allotment, which is what allows us to function. That's determines our state aid. So as you hear the budget today, it's not a rosy picture, but the great thing is we've got 2 more years of ESSER money that's going to help us to weather the storm, while we hope, and I hope that you will all lobby your legislators to up the basic allotment so it accounts for inflation, and that we won't have to make major cuts, because in all honesty, we've got 22 and 23 school year and 23-24 school year where we can make it. We've got enough ESSER money to fill the bucket. But come 24-25, it's not Cypher ISD, it's almost every ISD in the state is literally going to fall off a fiscal cliff And we'll be back to where we were in 08, 09, where we're cutting out $200 million in spending. And when I say that, and Karen's going to talk to you in a little bit, when you cut out $100 million in spending, $89 million of that is personnel, because 89% of our budget is personnel. So you got to, it's not just dollars, it's faces when we start talking about cutting. So my encouragement, and you're going to hear our proposal this evening, no one in here is going to be happy on whichever side of you're on. But we tried to come up with the best budget we could with the funds we had available to make sure that we can survive these 2 years, hoping that the legislature and state leadership will provide some type of rider and increase in basic allotment so that we can stay on a firm footing. Having said that, Karen, I gave you such a great lead-in there.
And,
So, there you go.
and Dr. Henry, just a second. Karen?
Yes.
Mr. Scanlon, I would ask your forbearance for you to make your comments after we take up the budget, if that's okay, sir.
Agreed.
Thank you, sir. Karen, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, President Jackson and Dr. Henry. Today I will be presenting the preliminary operating budget for the 22-23 school year. The factors influencing the budget process this current fiscal year were the student enrollment and attendance. As you well know, student enrollment in 2020-21, it was down. This current year in 21-22, we gained back that enrollment. However, average daily attendance was down. And the state did provide some sort of hold harmless both years, but it didn't quite hold us 100% harmless during that period for those costs associated with it. So you can imagine for 22-23, when we've had a decline in enrollment one year and then a decline in average daily attendance, that it's very hard to predict where we will be in 22-23. Also, the COVID-19 pandemic has not only affected enrollment and average daily attendance, but it has also had the leaving districts dealing with learning loss, recruitment and retention problems, as well as inflation and supply chain issues. Also, last month I reviewed with you the federal stimulus funds that the district has received, as well as how much we've spent to date and how we plan to spend the remainder of the money. We also shared with you that we are using it to address learning loss and retain our employees. But also, unfortunately, like many other districts in the state, we're also having to use some of those funds to be able to balance our budgets and deal with the deficits that districts are dealing with during these uncertain times. Also, another thing influencing the budget is increase in property values. And when the property values affect actually a portion of our tax rate that I will share with you, well, actually our whole tax rate, but it especially affects the maintenance and operations side, because as property values increase, there's further compression of the maintenance and operations tax rate. And I'll go into more detail about that later in the presentation. The budget goals are really the board goals in developing the budget. They are to preserve the quality of instruction and services, to retain and recruit quality staff, to prioritize student and staff safety, and to protect the district's operational infrastructure. Funding of school districts, I would like to go over that for the new board members who may not completely be aware, or even our patrons. I want to quickly review. This slide depicts the fact that you can kind of see that we're constantly balancing between property taxes and state aid funding. And the state, about 99% of our budget, or our revenue budget, is comprised of property taxes and state aid. There's a misconception, I think I shared this with you last month, that there's a misconception related when property taxes go up, because property values have gone up, people think we have more money. But what happens, as the property taxes go up, the state reduces state aid. So they're always balancing us out. The only time that we actually receive additional funds is if enrollment increases or average daily attendance increases. So we never, as I said, are actually getting additional funding. And when property values go up, just as a reminder, who benefits from that is the state. So I'd like to go into a little bit more detail about funding of school districts. On the property tax side, as I indicated, values are determined by the Harris County Appraisal District. Our tax rate is comprised of two portions of the tax rate. One is the maintenance and operations tax rate, which is for our general operating cost, and then the interest and sinking tax rate, which is to repay our debt based on the bonds that the voters approved that the district could provide for construction of our facilities and renovation of our facilities. And then the maintenance and operations tax rate is actually capped at a certain amount that we cannot increase it without a voter approval tax rate election. So basically, there is a maximum compressed rate that is provided by the Texas Education Agency that we can't have more than that. And then districts can access enrichment pennies up to 5 pennies without having a voter approval rate tax election. The district currently has those 5 pennies, therefore we cannot go any higher on that tax rate.
Just explain to especially the community and our trustees
Yes, sir.
what I know the more the ones
About
who've been
the
here a while
enrichment
might
pennies?
know what enriched penny means.
Yes, and basically, our maintenance and operation tax rate is comprised, like I said, of the compressed tax rate, and then the additional pennies are the amount. There's 2 types actually that I was going to share with y'all later. You know, that's okay. I'm glad you brought it up now. They're called golden pennies and they're copper pennies. School districts can have up to 8 golden pennies, and that's part of House Bill 3. We used to be allowed 6 golden pennies, but it increased it to 8 golden pennies. And what that golden means, 2 things. One, we get more per penny in funding towards that penny, but also that we cannot, we will not have what's called, you've heard of having to, I just went blank on the term, returning the money to the state. Recapture. I just went completely blank on that. That can be recaptured. So they cannot be recaptured. Then districts can have, there's also copper pennies, and there's up to 9 copper pennies. So there's a total of 17 pennies that can be accessed above and beyond the maximum compressed tax rate. So the district currently has 5 of those golden pennies as part of our tax rate. And the optional homestead exemption is something that our district provides for our taxpayers. And it really, we have about 87% of our teachers live in our district who also benefit from that optional homestead exemption. However, that optional homestead exemption does cost the district funding. And then I would like to also go over the state aid portion of it. And that is all done based on a legislative state funding formula that is set in statute. It is influenced by enrollment, average daily attendance, as I mentioned before, and also funding for special populations such as special education, bilingual, career and technology. And I've already discussed the enrichment pennies that I was going to share with you, as well as property wealth. And as a district becomes more property wealthy, if their enrollment is not keeping up with it, that's when you deal with the potential aspect of recapture. Also, as Dr. Henry indicated, the state funding formula is not adjusted for the cost of living or inflation. And as you know, inflation is about the highest it's been in decades. Districts receive $6,160 per student for the regular education of a child. The term is also termed basic allotment. That's the basic amount we get for education of students of regular education. And to further explain the impact of this, I'd like to use an example like H-E-B. For whenever their produce costs go up, or the transportation of bringing the produce to the store, whenever those costs go up, what do? They increase the price to the consumer or to the customer. Whenever they have trouble getting somebody to be a checker at the grocery store, and they need to increase the salary for that checker, what do? They pass it on to the customer. However, when districts are paying more for supplies and materials, what do we get? We get this 6160. And that's the part of the basic allotment. We still get the 6160. And then when we need to look at what do we need to do to attract bus drivers and to attract staff, we still get the 6160. And we do not have the luxury of increasing our prices. I'd like to share with you two property tax propositions that were on the May 7th, 2022 ballot. They were Proposition 1, and both of these provide taxpayer relief. This is one that was related to homeowners who benefit from the frozen levy who are 65 or older or disabled. And basically, House Bill 3, one of the things it did, I've talked about tax compression, and that's where they lower the maintenance and operations tax rate so that taxpayers do not see more than 2.5% increase in value on the maintenance and operations side. So what has happened is it was really just kind of an oversight, is that people that are 65 and older or disabled were not benefiting from this tax compression. So what this allows is that in future years, it will help adjust for that tax compression issue that they did not receive. It is effective January 1st, 2023, so it will not affect this current year, but it'll affect the next year. And what they'll do is they'll go back and adjust for the tax compression in 2019, 2020, 2020, 21, and then 21, 22, and kind of catch up those that fall in this category that have not received the benefit. Proposition 2, increase the state mandated homestead exemption for school district property taxes from $25,000 to $40,000. This one is effective January 1st, 2022, so taxpayers will benefit from this in the current fiscal year. In both of these situations, the district is essentially pretty much held harmless, completely held harmless in Proposition 2, and then with Proposition 1, and then Proposition 2, just a tiny little bit associated with the INS side where we're not completely held harmless, and that is because it's based on debt as of September 1st, 2021. So any debt that we had at that point in time, and doesn't take into consideration any debt issued after that point in time. So I would like to go over the impact of these homestead exemptions to our homeowners. The first, our average value of homes is about $350,000. So the state homestead exemption, if you look at the reduction of the $40,000 in taxable value, benefits the homeowner by decreasing their property taxes by $536. This is $201 more than it would have been with the $25,000 homestead exemption. This is the state mandated that everybody gets. Then just some districts, such as Cypress-Fairbanks ISD, and we're one of 3 districts in the Houston area that offer an optional homestead exemption. Our optional homestead exemption is 20%, so this is an additional benefit to our taxpayers. Therefore, on a $350,000 home, there is a reduction of an additional $70,000 in taxable value and a decrease of an additional $937 in property taxes. However, as I mentioned before, offering this benefit to our taxpayers does have a cost to the school district. And the impact to the school district is a reduction of $6.6 billion in taxable value, as well as a decrease of $88.3 in property taxes on the maintenance and operations side, as well as the INS side combined. In addition, our school district offers an exemption, an optional exemption to taxpayers 65 or older or disabled of an additional $15,000. And the board approved previously, years before, a Freeport exemption on inventory for that is transported outside of the state within 175 days. So if you take the cost of all of these exemptions, it's about $123.8 million. So now I would like to review the taxable values for that we have for this current year, and it is $69.1 billion, and this is prior to taking into consideration the $40,000 state mandated exemption because we have not received those values yet from Harris County Appraisal District because they didn't want to release them until the election had occurred. But this will show you the last 5 years of our district's property value increases. And this, as you can see, our property values went up this year 13.03%. And overall, there's been a wide increase in property values within the state. In fact, Harris County Appraisal District actually sent out a notice to school districts letting them know how much this value was going up. The residential property increased somewhere between 18 and 25%, and commercial property increased about 15 to 20%. Our school district is 62% residential, and homeowners with a homestead exemption, it's capped at an increase of no more than 10%. And then, as I shared with you, there's further tax compression that affects the tax rate.
Karen?
Yes, sir.
That 13.03% increase in local property values, who benefits from that on the M&O side?
The state.
Not us.
Not us.
And Karen,
yes, sir.
once again, remind everybody why that is.
And it's the way the state funding formula works, where they're always balancing us back out. And so when property values go up, as I shared, they take state aid down, and they're always bringing us back to the same level funding.
Just a quick example of one of our neighbors, Spring Branch. They're going to be writing a check to the state this year for $72 million. So their local property taxpayers are paying additional money to the state of $72 million. Next year it goes to $91 million. So talk to your legislators.
The next slide is related to our student enrollment, and once again, we're showing you the last 5 years. The chart reflects the district changes in enrollment, that you can see that there was a decline in enrollment that we all knew about in 2020-21. The enrollment for 21-22 is as of May 2nd. You can see our enrollment has recovered. As I mentioned, our ADA was down. You may recall that I reviewed the attendance rate adjustment, and that was only for the first 6 weeks of the school year. So that adjustment is currently not being provided if our ADA is down the last 6 weeks. Also, enrollment is expected to be about approximately 118,673 in the 22-23 school year. The district was very conservative in our estimates at, making sure that we are sure what exactly is going to happen with next school year. Every year for the new board members, one of the things we like to do is show a teacher salary comparison for the current school year and show you how we compare to our competitors. You will see that Cypress-Fairbanks ISD is ranked second in beginning teacher salary, but we're ranked first in the 5, 10, 15, and 20-year salaries. A few districts' Board of Trustees have approved a compensation plan for 22-23, but most that you may be hearing about in the news or you're reading about maybe in the newspaper, it is really from meetings such as this that is just a budget workshop where they're sharing their proposed recommendations. Very few have actually approved what the salaries will be for the next school year. So quickly, I would like to review with you, because this does make a difference in what we can recommend for the 22-23 school year. In the 21-22 school year, the district gave a salary increase of 5% on the greater of midpoint or base. How this benefits is it's whichever is greater. So if the midpoint is greater, that's the salary increase they get. But if the base is better, that's what they get. Also, we provided a retention stipend of $1,000 for hourly and paraprofessional employees. Also, our teacher salaries that we offer are leading in the Region 4 area. So when you look at and compare what other districts are doing, some of them are just trying to catch up to what Cypress-Fairbanks ISD offers. Also, last year, or this current school year, we provided local COVID-19 leave in addition to the regular leave our employees get, and this is 10 days of additional leave that they were provided. They also received leave last school year after the federal leave expired. So there was a federal mandated leave, of which we didn't get any funding for, by the way, and then there was additional leave that the district provided and chose to provide for our staff.
Just one thing before we move on to the
Sure.
next year. Also, when it says the raise that we provided last year, 5% on grader or midpoint or base, there was no one touching Cy-Fair ISD
Correct.
that gave as large a raise as we did last year. So I say that to say that Cy-Fair ISD employees benefited from a 5% last year and this year, so they actually have two years that they will have benefited from that 5% raise. So just a point of interest.
Well, and the only two districts I know of that have formally announced their salary increases for 22-23 are Houston ISD, that are kind of in our competition area from the previous slide, and Tomball. And like Houston ISD last year provided a $2,500 raise for teachers. HISD did, but as we said, Cypress-Fairbanks gave a 5% salary increase, and our lowest teacher increase was $2,853, which was above the increase provided by HISD. HISD has approved a 6.7% average teacher salary increase, but if you go back and look at the 5-year teacher salary and look at that, basically, they're just getting the 5-year up to where we already are. In 21-22, Tomball provided a 2% raise for all their employees, and their board has announced a 4% raise for 22-23. But once again, their current teacher salaries are below ours and our salaries. I'd also like to share, I know I typically hear from Ms. Blackshear asking about health insurance premiums. And so last year, TRS announced they would be implementing regional rating structure for 22-23. And this was to more accurately reflect the healthcare cost in the different regions. Basically, the healthcare costs are not the same all throughout the state. So, for example, in the South, the Texas healthcare costs are way less than they are in Beaumont. Therefore, if you're, in a particular area where it's lower, then you might have less than the statewide average increase in healthcare cost. And so just before they actually announced these rates and what they would be, we were expecting to get our regional rates, which we found out based on claims, would have been 1% below the statewide increase in healthcare cost. However, Governor Abbott announced an allocation of some COVID-19 funds, or coronavirus relief funds actually, that would help share in the cost of healthcare. Therefore, no school district in the state of Texas was going to see an increase in their health insurance premiums if they participated in TRS Active Care, and in fact possibly could have a decrease in premiums, which we will be seeing in most of our plans. And as you can see here, it really, I'm sorry that it's a little smaller than I thought it would be, but you can see that there's a decrease in TS Active Care High Deductible Plan, the Active Care Primary, then the Primary Plus, as well as the HMO plan. So our employees will not see an increase in their premiums. The TRS Active Care, they left stable. This is the plan that's very expensive, and the state is really trying to push people out of that plan, and there's no new entrants allowed into this plan. And so that is why that plan has remained at the same cost.
Karen,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, and you
No
may not
problem.
have this information, but just for board members to know, which plan do the majority of our employees participate in?
A majority of our employees participate in the high deductible plan, the TRS high deductible plan Active Care, and then also a majority of our employees are employee only. and take employee-only coverage. And about 56% of our employees participate in the school district's health care plans, in case you wanted to know that additional information. Quickly, I would like to show you, Dr. Henry actually already shared this information, which which is beneficial in that the general fund expenditures you will see here, I'm showing you the 2021-2022 adopted budget, but payroll is 56% of our total cost. So you can imagine that raises have a significant impact on the budget. A 1% raise for Cypress-Fairbanks ISD is $8.45 million.
Say that again.
It's 1% raise is $8.45 million. According to House Bill 3 passed in 2019, this is where I'm going to go into a little bit more detail related to the maximum compressed rate. Tax rates are compressed to the lower of the state compressed rate, which is based on statewide increases in property values, and then the local compressed rate, which has to do with our local increase in property values. And so the statewide compressed rate that they projected, I guess, for this coming school year was actually set in the General Appropriations Act for tax year 2022 was an increase of 4.36%. If you recall, I shared with you our values went up 13.03%. Therefore, our tax rate will be compressed or lowered in order to help offset any increases that are more than 2.5%. So they have been wanting to keep on the maintenance and operation side of the tax rate. Our tax rates are based on current year property values that affect the tax compression, and then state aid is based on current year state comptroller's values, so that's something separate. As I mentioned, ours are set by Harris County Appraisal District. The state are determined by the comptroller. But one thing you may not realize, the law requires that Harris County Appraisal District and all appraisal districts, they have to appraise based on market value. And so that is why, based on that, it's going up the 13.03%. The tax code 26.042E provides relief to school districts to be able to adjust their maintenance and operations tax rate the year after a governor declares a disaster to help offset the cost of a disaster without an election. However, this option is only available for 1 year. You probably have not forgotten, at least I haven't, Winter Storm Uri in 2021. The district had over $8 million worth of damage to our facilities, and we paid our employees for a week while we were trying to get our facilities back in place for employees to be able to return to and students to return. Some of you board members may remember that after Hurricane Harvey, we accessed 2 of these pennies. They're termed disaster pennies to help during a period of time after a disaster. Therefore, administration is recommending that we access 3 of these pennies in 2022. All 3 of the pennies that we would access, remember I said there's up to 8 golden pennies and we have 5. They would all be golden, giving us that higher dollar amount that we could recognize. But due to tax compression, as I explained earlier, because our property values went up, we can access these 3 pennies and the taxpayer will still see a decrease in their property taxes. The additional 3 pennies result in combined state aid and tax collection funding of about $38 million for the school district. So now I would like to go over the budget considerations that are included as part of this budget. First of all, we are recommending, administration is recommending a salary increase of 2% on the greater of midpoint or base, an increase in the teacher starting salary from $58,500 to $60,000. That will cost the school district $16.9 million. Also, Dr. Henry mentioned in a previous board meeting that providing an increase in substitute pay would be a priority this year. Our recommendation includes an increase for all substitutes of 18 hours per day. And just to give you an example, this
$18. We're not gonna work
I
them
said
that hard.
18 hours. That's God. $18 per day. I am so sorry. That would scare you, wouldn't it? $18 per day. And what this would mean to the degreed teacher is they would go up from $92, that is their current rate, to $110 per day. So this is an increase of 20% for those teachers. And you may wonder when we last increased pay for substitutes. It was in 2018, 2019. This would make us competitive with districts in the surrounding area. And the cost based on an 80% fill rate would be $4.2 million. In addition, the budget includes a recommendation for
Karen?
stipends. Yes, sir.
Since you don't have it on the sheet, go back and say again on the substitute pay increase.
92 to what?
It would go from, for the teacher, degreed teacher, it would go up from $92 per day up to $110 per day.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. The stipends that we're recommending stipends for water polo is a new sport, as well as increasing the stipends for early childhood special education and adaptive behaviors paraprofessionals, deaf education interpreters, and bilingual teachers. That will cost us about $800,000 to be able to provide these increases in stipends.
Just one little caveat to that. Those are recommendations, but we do have polo now, so
That one would have, yes.
that one's kind of one we have to do. I just wanted to
absolutely.
Yeah, it's a new UIL sport. It'll be UIL sport next year.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been 2 years ago, but because of the pandemic, they backed it up a couple of years.
The recommendations also include an increase in the 230-day and 260-day custodian starting pay to $12 per hour. You may recall last year there were adjustments made for bus drivers and for food service workers, and this is now taking care of the custodians, and that estimated cost would be $400,000. Also, there would also be, in order to deal with the growth that is projected, it would be, we would have additional teachers and paraprofessionals that would cost about $15 million.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So right now, we're holding unless you want Karen to repeat something?
No, I'm gonna hold my question.
Thank you.
The budget also reflects the increase in benefits and teacher retirement that occurs whenever you add employees or you increase salaries. Also, this is a have to, so to speak, is the increase in fuel costs. We estimate there'll be about $1.9 million. In the increase in utility costs, we're estimating $700,000. And then something that you may not realize as new board members is the additional operating costs to open our new facilities. Our facilities are built from the bond funds. However, we man them and pay for that portion of it out of the general fund. Now, for example, we're opening a new elementary school. Well, yes, teachers are going from one location to another. However, we still have to have a principal, an assistant principal, counselors, nurses, etc. So this takes into consideration the cost of that, increased property insurance, increased utilities, and then also includes the cost of our new administration building, the VPAC, in our new transportation center. So this takes care of all the operating costs associated with that, and that's $5.5 million. And then lastly is just net increases in miscellaneous items such as property insurance, software licenses, supplies, contracted services, and other type expenditures of $2.1 million. The preliminary budget, based on accessing those 3 disaster pennies mentioned and all these costs I just went over, is an estimated deficit of $76.9 million. This is before taking into consideration any federal stimulus funds. We do have enough federal stimulus funds to help offset this deficit completely, which would result in no deficit reflected in 22-23. Dr. Henry has already mentioned this, but this year is really a transition budget. We need to reach out to our legislators and ask them to increase the basic allotment so that we can fully fund inflation and properly take care of the cost of educating our students. You may have, Dr. Henry referred to the funding clip after federal funding. And, this federal funding cliff was really imminent based on the way the state funding formula currently works. It does not adjust for the cost of inflation and salary increases for our employees. So as you increase salaries for your employees, if you're not adjusting for inflation, sooner or later the money runs out. So the state definitely needs to do something about the basic allotment. So now I'm available.
Just a couple of things I want to add to that. And I think all of our board members know this, but I want everyone to know this. We have a very healthy fund balance, and we've built that up over the past 11 years to make sure that we're ready for any disaster like Harvey or Uri or lack of state funding. So we've got a good cushion there. What's the percentage? It's somewhere around 45-50%.
We have based on June 30, 2021, we had 6 months in fund balance. 6 months in fund balance, which doesn't sound like much, but our budget is pretty big, as you can see. So it's a pretty good figure. $520 million.
And then I would add, in the 11 years that I've been here, the number that we're showing you, and I know Tom could tell you this, the number we're showing you on here, we think that's worst case scenario. We think it'll be better than that number, but we always think it's best to be conservative. And the beauty of this year, like I said, is really the federal money. It helped us put off some very, very difficult decisions for a couple of years until we see if the state's going to step up. And I think they will, because the state is flush with money. Mm-hmm. They'll even tell you that. So.
Well,
and I paid $4 a gallon today. I don't know about y'all. Oh. That's a big driver of the state.
Well, and Dr. Henry mentioned, which I'm glad he did, the fact about it usually ends up a little better. And just for you that new board members, what we do is we budget to fill every position because you don't know which positions you're going to fill or not fill. But we did have quite a few unfilled positions this year. We also budget assuming everybody's going to spend 100% of their money. And so that typically is not done. We usually have some money left over, whether it be at a campus or a department. So now I'm available for any questions that you may have.
So we're going to start questions a little differently. To the new board members, since this is your first time to go through a board review, I'm going to call upon those who have a little more experience. I'll go to my left first. Debbie Blackshear, would you start us off?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Great presentation, Karen, and thank you to you and Amanda and all your staff. I know there's a lot of, from working on budgets in the past, there's a lot of time and preparation that goes into this. My first question would be looking at the starting pay for a custodian, $12 an hour. That doesn't seem like very much to me.
And it is currently at, I believe, is it 1050? 1080.
Really?
1080.
What is the medium hourly rate for a custodian in our district?
Let me see, I'll pull that out for you just a second.
Because I know that's not an easy, well, and I'm trying to remember, and I could be wrong, but it seems like back in the 80s when I was working for the credit union and doing a loan officer and verifying salaries, it seemed like maybe the pay rate was around $8 an hour back then, so that doesn't seem like very much for the...
Debbie, I'll find it for you in a minute. I do have that here, but I'm having trouble finding it right this moment.
Okay, yeah, I would like to know that. And I also would like to know if we gave a larger increase to the teachers, what would that cost us? Like if we did give them the 5% again this year, what would the cost be?
Well, it'd be over $40 million.
8 point.
Per 1%.
Yeah, 8.45.
Okay, gotcha, okay. Yeah, yeah. What is the feasibility? We can do 3%.
Well, it would just further increase our deficit, and then it would, once again, that's ongoing.
Right.
And if the state, it depends what the state does with the basic allotment. So basically.
Which they don't meet again until next year.
Yes, in odd years. So, we would survive, so to speak, be okay with 22, 23, but the concern is the future years since that's ongoing.
And how would that hit? That would hit our savings.
Correct.
Allotment pretty hard.
It would, and because it's ongoing, and remember, we gave a 5% raise this last year.
Yeah.
So that was 40 million.
Okay.
And then if you add on top of this, it's ongoing.
You know,
I think, Debbie, it would mean that we would possibly, if the state doesn't do anything, we'd have to cut a little deeper.
Yeah.
And
That's the dilemma that we deal with, because I think probably everyone on this dais would agree with me that we feel like our teachers deserve a lot more pay than they're receiving. But we have a responsibility to the overall district, to our stakeholders, and we have to, it's a very fine balancing act, because we don't want to put ourselves in a position where maybe in a couple of years we were laying off employees. I mean, I still remember those years. I was on CLC back then, and we were tasked with trying to help the district come up with ways to save money. And, as it is in our own budgets at home, there's probably not a whole lot of, as they say, lean meat in your budget as well, because, we are charged with being, having a fiduciary responsibility to taking this budget as a very serious financial responsibility. Did you find it yet, Karen?
No, that's where I know
Okay,
I've
I'll
got
let
it
you
here.
come back to me and
I will find
answer
it,
that.
though.
Okay.
I've got it here.
That's all of my questions for now, Mr. President.
1326, they looked it up.
1326, and what does that come out to a year? Because, well, I agree with that. Whoever's saying that, I agree with that. But is that,
yes, I mean, that's.
is that 1326 times 2,080 approximately to come up with an annual rate, if I remember my math from payroll?
Actually.
27.5. Wow. Wow. I don't know anyone who can hardly support a family on 27.5. So I think.
Oh, I found it, yeah.
I think in the future, I agree teachers need more money, but I also agree that our ancillary people need more money too, in order to support a family. So, thank you, Mr. President.
Very good. I'm now going to move to the other side. Gilbert, Sarabia.
Yes, Karen, to go piggyback on Debbie's concern, the custodians, that was going to be my first question also at 1080, and I'm very disappointed to hear that. I'm disappointed in myself for not knowing that already or bringing it up. $12 I think is not enough. Want to get them up to at least 15 an hour, at least, if not more, but at least 15. Also, so last year we covered a lot of the raises with ESSER funds. Can you revisit that? Was that stipend only, or what can we use the ESSER funds for, so we can get a rehashment of where we were at last year?
Well, I mean, of course, we can use it for the different items we shared with you, like learning loss, addressing anything associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, you can utilize it for the ongoing operations of the school district so that we can continue, paying our teachers and operating as we are now. And so that's what allows us to do some, I guess you could say, supplanting. Last year, what we did is we paid for the retention stipend for the hourly and paraprofessionals of $1,000 out of the ESSER funds. And that is exactly one of the reasons we provided that, is we felt like those are our lower paid employees and we wanted to provide that stipend to them to help offset the cost as well as help them with health insurance.
Right. Is that those ESSER funds still available for that general purpose?
Yes, we could utilize some of the ESSER funds to provide a stipend out of that. However, once again, if we use it for that, then we're not able to use it for maybe something else, as such as offsetting the deficit. So It's just one of those things you have to be aware of.
Right. I'm also aware of that. Debbie did bring up a point. We had to be fiscal responsibly when throwing out these numbers. I had a couple other questions. So the custodian one was one I was thinking of. I'm glad to see the 92 to 110 a day for the substitute degree. That we help the regular substitute who does not have a degree?
Yes. It was $18 per day.
Okay.
For all the different levels. So
Okay.
that would include our paraprofessionals, our non-degreed substitutes.
Okay. Just bear with me for a second. It's nice that you brought up the new schools and, of course, bringing up the cost of opening new schools up all the way around. That's very refreshing to hear again. The balance, the fund balance we have is 6 months. When that's good to hear. I know the new trustees may not be as familiar with that, but we heard it last year. Definitely where we're at. It's always a concern when we get down to a fund balance of, what was that? You said 3 months?
3 months.
Yes, when we get down to a fund balance of 3 months, there's a concern. So we always want to have a general fund balance for, right now we're at 6 months, which is, like Dr. Henry said, we're fortunate right now where we're at and stuff, and we can use some of that if need be for the raises if we go that route. So also to Deborah, where are we at staff throughout the district, minus the jobs? If we have X number of jobs, where are we trying to fill? Where are we at in that number?
So we just talked about this last week, and we are approximately, if we look at our vacancy, about 400, average 450 employees. This year, our goal is to really focus on filling all of those vacancies, but to hyper-focus on those classroom vacancies.
Right, and that's throughout the district, that number of 400 to 450?
Those are campus-based vacancies, not bus drivers, custodians.
Okay. Now, I had another question here. Just bear with me for a second. The basic allotment of the 6,160, and of course, we're always looking for the state to increase that. Is that number the same for each district throughout the state?
Yes. That's part of that state funding formula that I shared is set in statute. And so it was actually changed. I'm glad you kind of brought this up, is the fact that it was increased in 2019, 2020. However, what they did is they kind of collapsed some of our allotments in with that basic allotment. And then, so the true increase may not have been as much as you would think when they collapse into that allotment.
Right.
One of the things they collapsed into it is something they used to call the cost of education index, of which had not increased in years upon years. So basically, we're kind of in that same situation again. They put this in 2019, 2020, $6,160. But as I said, you can imagine what's happened with inflation since this period of time. So, but we still have the same amount of money, even though inflation has gone up.
Right. It's good to see that we're very competitive, if not leaders, in the salary throughout our area. I would like us to keep that in check. Everybody on the board here, I hope, I know I speak for everyone, is grateful for our educators and every employee that we have in our district for the jobs they have done throughout their time here, and especially the last 2 years. Heaven forbid we have another 2 years like that with all the trouble that we had, not only with the pandemic, but throughout the storms and everything else that we had. So you were saying for 1% would be a hit, a bump of 8.45. So right now we're asking for, with the 5%, of around $43 million extra on the raises. If we hit it up another percent, we would be somewhere around a little over 51 million.
Yes, I mean, it's 8.45 per percentage point.
Right. With that, what consequences would that do to our fund balance?
It would start drawing on it pretty quickly. And we would get down below the 3 months in fund balance.
Just one clarification here. You wouldn't be adding the 8.45 to 43 million. You'd
No.
be adding the 8.45 to 16 million.
No, yes, but I think he was referring to the 5% raise.
Yes, the 5% raise I was talking
But
about.
then he was talking about another.
Yeah, if we added another percent on it,
On top.
that would put it at 51, so.
That would be a 6% raise.
That's what he was, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, exactly, right, so. And that would be drawing on our fund balance quite.
Yes.
Would it take us down to the level that we do not want to be?
Yes, I believe it would.
Okay, that's all my questions for right now, Tom. Thank you. Thank you, Karen.
Julie Heineman.
Karen, thank you to you and your team. I know you've been working on this for months, and I appreciate that. I think the challenge is that school districts have very little control over their revenues. The revenues are set. So the revenue side of the sheet is set.
Correct.
By the state. The only side that we can we have any impact on is the expenditure side. And 89% of our expenditures are payroll, and will continue
Correct.
to be that. I appreciate that you shared information about the basic allotment, the $6,160. I think a lot of people don't realize that number is set by the state. And it's very difficult to get anything more than that unless it's like a special education student or there's some special circumstances. Many years ago, the state commissioned a study to see how much it actually costs to educate students in Texas. And the number came out such that they were uncomfortable with it, so they slashed it
That
and
is
picked
correct.
another number.
That is correct.
And over the years, that has not changed drastically. The cost of educating a Cypher SD student, on average, what would that number be?
You know, well, our cost is over, and I can actually pull out the budget.
It used to be like $9,300.
But it cost us about $8,000. Let's see, I've got it right here.
It's about $10,000, right?
Based
Right.
on our budget.
So there's a gap. There's a significant gap between state funding and the cap that's put on.
Correct.
What we can even raise for money for educating our kids.
The cost, this last year's this budget, 21-22, is $9,356 per student.
Okay. So even though we are capped on our revenue, our cost of educating kids keeps going up.
Definitely.
Well, that puts us in a bind when we're trying to pay our teachers more. And this is why Texas is ranked 44th in the country in public education funding. You mentioned that we are one of 3 districts that offer an optional homestead exemption.
In the Houston area,
Ours,
yes.
in the Houston area. Ours is a 20%.
That's correct. That's the
Which
maximum.
decreases our, part of that decrease in our ability to raise funds. The other districts in the Houston area, do they also offer 20%?
Yes, Houston Independent School
Okay.
District and Spring Branch.
Okay. Ooh, Spring Branch is regretting that right now, aren't they? Okay. We are experiencing difficulty in hiring substitutes and special education teachers and bus drivers and nutrition services folks and other operations folks, correct?
That's correct.
So in the past, we've always done just an across-the-board pay raise for everybody. It's always all the same. Should we think about having more of a tiered system? Instead of saying everybody gets a 2% raise, do we need to look at putting some additional funding into those positions that we're having difficulty filling and prioritize those positions? I know you mentioned that we budget for filling all positions, but I know we are cutting some of those positions that are currently unfilled, and that's what's driving us to have a revised bell schedule next year, correct?
Now, I'm not sure about that aspect.
Right.
Oh,
so
you're
that's-
talking about the food service. Okay, now I
Yes.
know what you're talking about. Food
Food
service and
service and
transportation.
bus drivers.
Okay, now I understand what you're saying.
So I feel like that we need to prioritize those positions that we're currently struggling, one, struggling with to fill, and two, that are currently not paid to standards that we would like to see them paid to. And that would include hourly workers, the positions that are hard to fill, but also, and paraprofessionals, but also those bilingual teachers, and sped teachers that were also struggling with filling those positions.
Yes, and we do have a bilingual stipend for the teachers in there, an increased stipend for bilingual teachers.
I
to
see that,
assist
and
with that.
a stipend is a one-time payment versus, or
well,
it's ongoing?
It's ongoing.
Okay.
From year to year.
I think back to the stipends that
Yeah.
we did last year, which were
And
just
thi-
one
yes,
time.
and this
or
is
two-
different. This is part of our staff compensation plan where
Okay.
they have an annual stipend.
Okay, good, okay. Okay, I'm struggling because conservatively, you don't want to use short-term revenue, like federal funding, to pay for long-term expenditures, like salaries. But we're in that position where we're relying on a short-term funding source and then setting a standard for long-term. But I don't know how we cannot step up and do everything that we possibly can to pay employees fairly. So, and I'll reserve comments for later.
Karen, when we take a look at the teacher salary comparison chart, you specifically mentioned Houston and Tomball. A handful of years ago, before the state changed the funding add-on based on a census block, Houston and Tomball, despite having very different demographics, each received about $1,400 more a child than we did. At one point in time, they both had $1,800 more a child than we did. I remember whining about that to the man who became lieutenant governor, and so it was reduced. But folks in the two districts stopped talking to me for years. So does that disparity still exist? Are we still, of the major districts, the least funded on a per-child basis?
Well, Mr. Jackson, unfortunately, that's something really hard to calculate now based on how, with the compression of the tax rate, and then they've got I know that's the M&O side, but All that it affects the funding side also in making up the difference, and it hits the state funding side. Also, there's something called the fast growth allotment,
Right.
as well as transition grant allotment. So all these items kind of distort the figures, so that's not as easy to calculate as it would have been in the past.
Do we have any reason to expect that the disparity has shifted in our favor?
I don't know. I don't think it really has. I know that some school districts get, very large amounts, like for the fast growth allotment. But I know the disparity you're referring to also, that had to do when they had the cost of education index.
Correct.
And added in with the basic allotment. And so there was everybody had a different basic allotment because of the cost of education index in the past funding formula.
When we take a look at the basic categories, I would suggest, well, first, I appreciate the 2% increase. 2% plus last year's 5 is 7 divided by the 2 is obviously a pretty simple 3.5, which is more than what we've done previously. I would be comfortable going from the 2% superintendent recommendation to 4%. That 16 million shortfall, 16 million times 5 years, of course, is 80 million. 80 million is going to be more or less about a month worth of our reserves. That still leaves us 2 months of reserves to deal with funding shortfalls going forth.
I would say, however, we do have increases that other than salary increases that are part of the budget. So I think the shortfall would be more than that. And then we're opening, as you well know, schools this year, and then we're opening additional schools next year.
Well, yes, we do have RLC, and that always is an add-on. And perhaps that 2% would cover an increase in salary plus RLC. To address that, one area, and if we go back a handful of years to the last bond fund, Mark and I were chatting, and Mark made a comment to me. He said, we really need to build a third ALC. Yeah. And quite frankly, I dismissed it because I had walked both ALCs, and they were about 1/3 capacity. Are we at full capacity now for ALC, Mark?
The last I heard we are, but I would refer to Dr. Stewart on that.
We are, and that's typical for the spring. So the first semester, it's not full, but it's typical to be full at this time.
And certainly, it appears that if we had a third one, that might have any number of willing students to transfer to it, perhaps not of their own accord. The other way to address that is to increase the number of adaptive behavior specialists that we have available. I certainly would like some thought given. Not my job to tell you how many or where, but I would like feedback from management next time we take a look at this, at the possibility of increasing adaptive behavior specialists, if that would help. Granted, we have to have some place for the students to go. And Mark's already indicated, and of course Deborah's indicated too, that in the springtime, we don't have a home farm. I know that a couple of board meetings ago, it was mentioned in board comments that we have schools at 60% of capacity, but when I took a look at the schedules, we don't. Mark, do we have schools at 60% of capacity?
Not that I'm aware of.
I know when I went back to school by school, I did not find a single one. I know it's projected by PASA in the years in the future. If we don't rezone, we might, but we have always rezoned. I also, and I've mentioned this ever since Linda came up with her model teacher program, if that program has value, I would think there needs to be some type of stipend, even if it's just a size-wise of a thank you stipend for our model teachers. I only have one voice on the board, so that's not enough to convince anybody. But I certainly like that idea. I'm not certain that what we have for our substitutes is enough. Clearly, I've already have staked out the ground. I've always said that 3 months is the absolute minimum. That's a red line we don't go under. 6 months is the gold standard. I'm willing to sacrifice a full month. However, the way I get to the month sacrifice is divide that month by 5, saying that senior management has 5 years, as well as the board, to convince Austin to give us additional funding before we have to pay the penalty of that. But taking 1 month divided by 5 still gives us some dollars to work with. And I urge senior management to come back and say, how best do you think they can be spent? And if adaptive behavior personnel is not the answer, maybe there's another answer. Not my job to know your business that much, but it is my job to help formulate the budget. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Just to answer your question, whenever we hear from all 7 of you today, we're going to try to come to some agreement with what y'all have to say, and then we'll go back and we'll put the budget together, and then we'll send it back out to you, and we can continue to make adjustments, because we have until June, well, actually till June 30th at midnight to come up with a budget. So,
and we always have the ability to call it a special meeting.
Yes.
And of course, we have done that at least once.
And Mr. Jackson, just one more time, and not for you, but or the trustees, but so everyone understands, we've got a couple of years to get this right, and that's because of the ESSER money. We've got, and I know Karen, she'll say we might not have enough to completely fill the bucket next year, but I know how conservatively we operate during a school year, so we'll spend less money than we budget.
That's correct.
And we'll be able to cover the next 2 years. And what that does for us in the spring of 2023, we're going to know what the legislature did. And if they didn't do what we need them to do, then 23-24 school year is going to be a year when we start making those reductions for the 24-25 school year. Does that make sense? Yeah.
And Debbie, what we're going to do is everybody's going to have their first pass, but I want everybody to listen to what others say so they can come back with additional comments.
Thank you.
But we still have 3 more folks.
And Mr. Jackson, if I may add, the 6 months, though, is based on the expenditures for last school year, not current year expenditures.
Right, so it might be 5.5.
Correct.
And adjusting my comment, I'm still comfortable using a full month as a enhancement, however you deem it necessary, from the eyes of senior management. We know that 2 years of COVID have done 2 things. One, it set our students back academically. It also set them back in terms of social behavior. It's no surprise, not just here. It's happening across Texas. It's happening across the United States. We're better than others because for 11 years we have saved for a rainy day, and I think it's time to pull the umbrellas out. I think it's raining. We had given the teachers, but I don't know that anybody remembers, we gave them 5 days this past school year. And I keep hearing that when teachers talk to me individually, they say we're very appreciative of those 5 days. But when I hear them speak at the podium, there's no mention, as if it never happened, that there were of no consequence. Does the new budget contemplate 5 days, or does that get washed away?
Yes, it's in the budget. But is it 4 or 5?
So,
Mr. Jackson, it's in the calendar. It's part of the 187 days that they work. But you are correct. These days are teacher days. They are intended for them to decide how to use those days to either plan or, grade papers, whatever it is that they need to do. But they're not directed by the school leadership or even from us. They're not staff development days. They are truly days for the teacher to determine what it is that they need to better prepare for students.
So we have built that into the calendar.
It is into the
thereby
calendar, and we did that last year as well.
Nobody on this board voted initially to create either the 20% optional homestead exemption or the Freeport exemption. But we do have to vote to extend those each and every year. Isn't that correct?
Not on the Freeport, but on the home, you don't have to, oh, sorry. Not on the Freeport. The Freeport can't, it stays the way it is. But on the optional homestead exemption, it stays at the 20% unless it's changed by the board.
So the Freeport is a permanent exemption granted.
Mhm.
Does the budget as presented include the fact that we're offering a stipend for summer school?
The stipend for summer school is in the ESSER funds.
So it is in the budget.
It's not in the general fund budget, but yes, it's planned for as part of the ESSER funds.
I have other questions, but I think it's time for our new folks to speak up. So let me go to the right. Scott Henry.
Just a couple of quick questions, if you don't mind. On the substitute pay increase, which is great, I know we've heard that over and over again, that's underpaid. On the number 92 to 110, how do we rank with other districts? Is that good? Is that bad? Is that medium? Is that?
Yes, and what we actually did look at, Dr. Stewart provided us great information on this and compared us with other districts. And that 110 would get us right in, rank. There's, let's see, I believe it was, let me pull the district that we were getting close to, but all the other districts, it would put us above what they're currently paying.
Thank you.
In this comparison group.
Sorry. You also have on here additional teachers. I'm guessing this is for the new schools. Is that correct?
Actually, no, it is primarily just because of our growth, where we are, where our budget is now, and the additional teachers. It also includes additional special education teachers because they have to evaluate based on the services that we're providing our students each year, what we need to have in place for the special education students. Also, we have an increase in our bilingual students, and so that's addressing the bilingual as well as any increases because of career and technology or something like that. But it's a combination of all those different increases.
Do you have an approximate number of how many additional teachers that might be?
Let's see, I think it was 300, wasn't it 300?
Nice.
Karen, it's about, including paras,
And
maybe
paras.
about 350. I can
Yeah,
pull it up
that's what
and
I'm
give you
remembering,
exactly.
300 and something.
Okay. And the last question, which is probably you'll go over in one of our meetings, you talk about this funny money you'll talk about here. It's a little different than us. The golden pennies, I know you talked about bringing those down so we can utilize those to make up some of the differences. Are those renewable or we just lose
It's
those?
one time. It's a
usage?
one-time opportunity the year after a disaster, and that's why we propose in this budget to access 3 of them, which would give us an additional $38 million in our budget this next fiscal year, and allow us to our deficit not to be as big.
And Scott, just to add to that, we would still be providing a lower tax rate this coming year, and we would have a lower tax rate the following year. So tax rate's going to go down the next 2 years.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Karen. Great information.
Dr. Blasingame.
Thank you again. I always learn when you present this important information. I would just make a comment on the budget goals in the 4 areas. We say preserve quality of instruction and services. I definitely would want to add and improve student outcomes or close achievement gaps, because that's what we're here to do. And so that's the tricky balance, especially looking at the learning gaps that we have. We already had, and then we, of course, were added on by the pandemic. So I have a question that I don't have last year's budget memorized. So we see a total expenditures in this new budget of $1.13 billion. What were the 21-22, or what do we think they will have been by the end of June for the 21-22 total expenditures? In other words, what's the increase in total expenditures between this year and next year's proposed?
I would have to get that information for you, because ours is just an estimate at this point in time of where they will, where they will end up. Let's see.
Well, maybe what did we, at this time last year, what did we think our total expenditures for the year would be?
Well, our total expenditures that we've estimated, okay, as of now, at June 30th, would be $1.070 billion approximately.
So 1.07 billion.
Yeah, 1.07 is about
lots of math.
what
Okay.
we are projecting as of now at the end of June 30, 2022. But once again, that can change because it depends on, number of substitutes, how many filled positions you have, all this, a lot of different things of where that'll end up falling out.
So we're saying from 1.07 billion to 1.13 billion difference in expenditures next year, with
Yes.
761 more students projected. So that price per kid is like, we're like
going up.
107,200 something more per kid expenditure. At what ADA did we project this budget? What attendance?
We utilized 93% for high school and 94% for middle and elementary school. And projecting this budget, I will tell you this current school year, we've been below 93%.
Then the next question I had was on, so accentuating the fact that how many, what if we spend the full ESSER dollar amounts that we're projecting in this budget to make that deficit of 76,989? What would then be
Million.
the residual ESSER dollars available for year 3 of ESSER funds?
We've actually been, and Natalie, I'll have a better estimate of that. I would say within the next month or something like that, to where we see closer to where we are this year. We believe we will use most of our ESSER 2 money. We may have about $4 million, give or take, left over, depending on where we fall out. But we'll have a little bit left with that. However, on our ESSER 3 dollars, there's enough to cover this deficit, but not all of the deficit that would be in 23-24.
What's the number?
It is,
Just want to estimate.
Yeah, so this is about 70, so you're saying maybe there's like 60 million maybe left towards it, as
I
we would
would
do a
say-
raise if what we would hit the next year.
well, yes, we would have probably about 60 million, 40 to 60 million.
So that's 60 million, and then we would go into that rainy day fund or whatever
For
we're calling it.
23,
Yeah.
24.
Okay.
Now, we have enough to cover all of the deficit that I've shared with you today for 23, 24, but, 22, 23, but
Yes.
not
all for
23, 24. Now, we could make decisions on spending some of the ESSER dollars differently, but as of now, it would not cover the entire deficit in 23, 24.
So I think it's, wow, from 1.07 billion to 1.13 billion in costs. So, but now I'm going to ask some questions that seem contrary to that. So basically, looking at those costs or those increases, or the things that are proposed here that could potentially drive our budget. I do have a question on how we determine which stipends, like for example, how early childhood special ed was chosen, how adaptive behavior was chosen. I know I've heard from several life skills paraprofessionals. I also wonder if you could tell me what the average salary of a paraprofessional is. We were talking about our custodians, but what is their average salary?
A paraprofessional, we usually look at an average salary of about $30,000.
Yes. So just like the custodial, we did the math at about that. We have paraprofessionals, I know they work a little bit shorter days in a year. But that is also a salary that I'm intrigued with. And I wonder if, do we differentiate by those with teaching assignments versus maybe some that are more in clerical assignments? And is that something we've ever considered as far as being able to maintain those paraprofessionals and give them more than a living wage?
Well, there's a salary scale based on the different types of paraprofessionals, and they fall in different pay grades.
So these early childhood sped pairs here who would get a stipend these are not people who are paraprofessionals at elementary doing life skills.
It's a recommended stipend to provide them an increase in stipend for some of these. It's for a hard to fill position that a lot of work is on those particular positions. I mean, and then the bilingual is to help us towards the bilingual teachers, attracting bilingual teachers.
Looking again more at these cost of budget considerations, I'd like to I think they all look, they're either are facts, utilities cost more, fuel costs more, those things. But also what I don't notice on the list, there's no increased reading support for those economically disadvantaged campuses. I think we're going to look at the data. We've seen that what is coming along, we have over 20% of the kids at our campuses that aren't reading on level. And I don't see any significant change to that we would be able to act and send additional people to teach children how to read at those campuses. And so I'm concerned about that. I also don't see on this list, I think Tom had the exact same sentiment when he was talking about the adaptive behavior. I think I know that's a special education position, so I'm thinking more general. I've asked for us to discuss discipline at the dais because I feel like maybe it's possible that these violence that people were talking about, it might be that more people need to be doing general discipline on our campuses because I think that we've taxed out their administrators and all their responsibilities. There's just not that many bodies. And so it's possible that that's something we should consider in this budget. How do we give more hands and feet on the ground in schools in loving and caring ways that are teaching and are supporting and investing in the students? But that's their main job, is to help make that happen so that they don't have to be sent over to the ALC, but they can be dealt with, taught in ways on the campus. And then the other thing I'd like to see listed possibly here, we have built the budget on an assumption that we 100% fill our teaching vacancies, but indeed we do not, and that it will be, she can do some magic, but if that happens, fantastic. However, right now, when we don't hire these teachers, we have it in the budget, teachers are covering those classes, and so as a way that maybe can differentially compensate teachers without it being all in raise, maybe to the point, Julie's point about differentiating how we do those increases, I would like to know, could we pay teachers for that time when they cover other people's classes and teach that? That will be a way that people have earn some extra money, or could be paid for the time they're giving their planning time up to do that. So I'm not sure exactly what the facts are in that, but that would be something I would consider as a way to support teachers who we've heard over and over tonight are absolutely, they're tapped out, and then they're asked to do additional responsibilities. So I mentioned those not because I think we're spending a lot more per student already, but those are things that I could see being fair to put on the table. As to the emergency pennies or what was it?
The disaster,
Thank you. I tried to tab it so I'll be able to, okay, so let me just make sure I understand back to your seesaw. What you're saying is, we can ask for those, and it doesn't adjust, our taxpayers pay no more because the state just has to pony up a little bit more?
No, actually, the seesaw is just our regular funding formula outside of the disaster pennies. And basically, as property values go up, that means property taxes go up because your property values went up. Therefore, they take away state funding to always level us out. On the disaster penny portion, that's something where we're allowed the year after a disaster to access additional pennies without an election, and it doesn't penalize you on the state funding formula as far as the funding we get. Where I was explaining that the tax rate would still go down for taxpayers, that's because as property values go up more than 2.5%, they compress and take down or lower that tax rate so that the taxpayer doesn't see any more on the maintenance and operations side than 2.5% increase in their taxes on that side. So because it went up 13.03%, we're going to have quite a bit of compression. So you can have it go down, let's just say, depending where it falls out, 5-6 pennies, still have those pennies in there, and they still see a decrease in taxes.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
It did.
Okay.
Just had barely hanging on, but got you. Thank you. Okay, I think that's all for my questions. Thank you so much.
Finally, Lucas Scanlon.
You were all a very tough act to follow in coming up with something that's new. So I think what I can do is offer an echo to certain points, just to provide some weight on where my thoughts are at. So one, I want to echo something that I want to try to balance a statement. So Julie, I thought your point about Mrs. Heineman. Conservatively, we don't want to use short-term funding to pay for long-term obligation. So I wanted to say I thought that was insightful. And, I'm thinking about the model that you expressed, President Jackson, about a 5-year plan that would give the state time to catch up and solve for inflation, solve for wage increases. Potentially there's a balance there. Potentially. But I think everybody on the dais understands the warning that you're issuing, because in a previous board meeting, I don't know which, we had increased or did something about bonuses, and for some reason the state of Texas did not actually fund it at some point in time. So I just want to go with the warning that we can make this step, but we're doing so eyes wide open, that there's no guaranteed outcome. And hopefully we're able to reach out to our senators and congressmen in the state and win. Hopefully. And so also echoing something else that Ms. Heineman stated, where we've had difficulty in hiring for certain positions and finding a model that focuses there. I thought that is a potentially creative way to try to fill those gaps. And so if there's a way that we can break that out, I know that we've already done so to a degree. I can see that clearly, right? You've already documented where you're focused on your paras. And so that's understood. But if we can examine that and return to that question internally, I think that'd be helpful. Dr. Blassingane's comment, I've heard throughout the year where teachers have had to cover for other people's classes, and it's always a source of angst. And potentially, if there's a threshold during the year at which point we realize we're just not going to fill certain positions, perhaps that becomes an opportunity to use said budget to help contribute back to the teachers without overall budget raise up front. Because it goes with the notion of they're providing additional support. We don't have the funding that's going out because we can't fill those positions. And maybe 3 months in, we say, okay, we're not going to fill those for this semester, so we're going to go ahead and provide some additional incentive for those that are covering classes. Perhaps. I'm just tossing out an idea. I know that you don't have this information, Dr. Henry, yet regarding how we would compete with other districts. I know that you're in conversation with other districts all the time. Do you have any sense for the recommendation of 2% as it stands right now, or the potential increase that we've all kind of thought about, where that would align with the neighboring districts?
Well, when it comes to teacher pay, we're starting from a favorable position because we're ahead of them to start with. And you saw the 5, 10, 15, 20-year experienced teachers, we're ahead of everyone. And then at the beginning level, I think, of our competing districts, Spring Branch is the only one currently we're behind. I think with 2% we would be competitive. Certainly 3 or 4% would put us a little ahead, but I think we're all going to be in the same boat in 24, 25. But again, I'm confident with this being a statewide issue, as you address, that hopefully the state will recognize that, because their expenses are going up too. They see it.
Sure.
So hopefully we'll get some kind of help.
Well, with inflation at 8.5% by last reading, it's hard for anybody to ignore. Even so, and Dr. Henry, I'd like actually a little bit more clarification when you're talking about, I deal with financial large budgets, and so when someone uses the term cliff, I pay attention. So can you describe 23, 24, what you were alluding to a little bit more, just so that we can hear it again?
Sure. We have ESSER money that will cover our budget deficit in 22, 23. So we're in good shape this next year. As Karen touched on, we'll still have ESSER money for 23, 24, and we may have to do a few budget reductions, or we may have to go into fund balance a small amount in 23, 24. Am I getting my years right? Yeah. But if the ESSER money runs out, which it's scheduled to run out in 23, 24, when we start the budget process for 24, 25, if the state has not provided some type of inflation factor or increase in the basic allotment, then that $70 to $100 million bucket that ESSER's been filling goes away.
Yeah.
So that's when the cuts come.
Yeah.
So
okay.
My hope is legislative session of 23 that our leaders recognize that.
Okay. Well, there's that's our target for the school board in 23 is developing our buddy list in Congress. I think as I've listened to the questions from my other colleagues, I think I'm going to cede the floor so we can go back for next pass for anybody else that has questions.
Okay. Time for second round. Debbie Blackshear.
Okay, I'm a little slow tonight with my COVID brain, but I want a clarification because I'm reading this over and over. And this 2% raise we're talking about, is that for teachers only?
It's for all employees.
Okay, all employees, because I was about to say, I don't know how we could give one group a raise and not give everyone a raise, because everyone has felt the challenge of the past year, and it's not been easy for any one particular group. So that's 2% across the board for everyone except substitute teachers, who are going to get essentially a 20% because they didn't get anything the last couple of times.
Yes, and it depends on which particular substitute you're talking. That's the lowest.
Okay.
Some of them, it'll be more than 20% because they,
perfect.
like the paraprofessional.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to make sure that was everyone's understanding, because I wasn't quite clear on that, and I feel much better now. Thank you.
Gilbert.
Yes, on the issue for the violence in the schools, and I'm all for having our children safe. I think our educators are trying their best at this time. This is not a new issue. This is something that was brought up as the kids started coming back to school in the fall. I checked with people through our educators throughout our visits. And then I checked with many of my fellow trustees and there at the governor's conference, and I deliberately asked them that question, and they came back yes. And then I went to the state conference, and the same question was yes. Then I went to the national conference, and I sought people out from around the country, and it was yes. The same thing that you're seeing here, you're seeing around the country. It's not just our district. It's an epidemic. It's a crisis throughout the country. You can see it as many of y'all have heard before. As adults act, the children will play out as well. So for those, I've done the research myself, and it doesn't make an excuse for anybody getting bullied at all, but it's an epidemic, it's a crisis, and it started when the children started coming back. after the pandemic was at ease and we were letting the children back in. And we talked about this during the last couple of years, and last year at length, to where this is repercussions of what the pandemic had caused. But it is a concern for everybody. For our new trustees here, and I know you guys have goodwill here, the legislature. So we're hoping that they'll come through in 24, 25, but you guys have been where we've been the last few years. It's a struggle every year to get funding from the state. It's your votes matter, and who we put into the legislature matters. It's not going to happen. Oh, okay, well, we're here. It's going to happen. No, it doesn't work that way. A lot of them think that we spend money foolishly, and it's not that way. Our group, the Cypress District Administration, spends money fiscally conservative at the most, and we have showed it over and over and over throughout the years that our investments are legit, and we're not a free spending liberal group here that just spends money because we're a big district. It doesn't work that way here. We have to get our legislatures. You talked about calling our senators, and yes, we do. You have to, because that's not on their mindset. It is not on our mindset. When you guys become more attuned to what the struggles has been here the last 10 years of trying to get money from the state to fund here, it's a struggle every time. You can hear from Stuart Snow to Karen in previous years that they struggle every year to get every penny that's allotted to our district. There is no foolish spending here going on here. So just wanted to say that, make sure that we were there on that. And I like Dr. Mark's comment here that we're going to hear our ideas, and they're all great ideas. And there's not one that's without value, but they'll come back with another package, and hopefully we can get tough decisions made, but we're all trying to do the same thing, though. Tom, go ahead.
Something that we had in place, and then we took it away this last school year, was the concept of a full-time sub at different campuses. And when we took that away, I asked the question why we took it away, and the answer was the principals did not support the concept. I certainly would support that concept if it had support of principals. That was something that the board put into place and approved at the beginning of COVID to help cover classrooms going vacant and making certain that we had substitutes available.
Well, I believe if you're referring to the budget for 21-22, it wasn't that the principal didn't support the concept. We thought that we were coming out of COVID a little bit, and we knew we needed to start cutting some of our costs that were there because we had to address other things such as the 5% raise. And that's why that was not in the budget initially. But then we put them back in and pay. Well, we actually we're going to pay for them out of the ESSER funds. We put them back in when COVID picked back up, and it was worse than we had anticipated.
Do we have full-time subs in the budget going forth?
If you're referring to the what we call the AIS subs that were full at the campuses, the answer is no. They're not in the budget for next year for 22-23.
So I throw that idea out. Once again, not my job to tell you how to allocate it, but I've given an idea of how much I would be comfortable with, and I've always been the cost hawk. So certainly I would be supportive of that concept if senior management thought that was a way to use part of that bucket that I've identified that I'm willing to sacrifice out of the reserves. One of our neighboring districts was written up and it was in the newspapers, saying that they were excessively conservative. And this is a bit of a hard question, but if it was asked and charged against a neighboring district, we have to ask it of ourselves. Do you believe that we were being excessively conservative?
I believe we're conservative. I don't believe we're excessively conservative. I would say because what's happened is for example, you might have more unfilled positions, but then we've had more sub-cost and, temporary employee costs and some other costs that have come in, supply chain issues, inflation, fuel. So some of that trades off with each other, as far as the actual cost that we realize.
And I would just add to that, Mr. Jackson, the AISs, I like the idea, but what I'd like to do before we went that route is to see how successful we are in filling our open positions, if that makes sense, with full-time.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
We'd prefer full-time.
If we're not able to, we may have to go that route or come back to you and ask to let us go that route.
But definitely, I like the idea of having that full-time sub, because I think next year will be challenging again. And I think that full-time sub just provides a little mental health support for our classroom teachers. I think I'll stop with that. I do have two more specifics, but I always like to make certain I'm not too far down in the weeds. So Lucas, I started with you last time. Let me go back to you. Do you have anything to fill in? Okay, sir. Scott Henry?
Just one last question, Karen. I think this is correct. Healthcare premiums are going down.
That is
overall.
correct.
That's a good thing. So good.
First, we were very pleased to see that.
Great. Thank you.
Dr. Natalie Blasingham. And Mr. Henry, Mr. Henry, I appreciate you bringing that up because we always hear that when we give a raise that it's completely eaten up by insurance premiums. Yet when we look at the specific amounts, that isn't correct. But once a thought gets out there, it becomes accepted as being true. So I appreciate your coming back to highlight it. At least this time, whatever raise we give won't be eaten up because there's actually going to be a reduction, right? So I think we have exhausted the board, looking to the left and to the right. We may not be out of questions, but we may be out of breath.
Could I just ask for one little clarification? I've heard lots of things.
Yes, sir.
Is there some different scenarios that this board would like for us to come back with? Not all the way to the June meeting. I think we would probably email you some scenarios so we can kind of work through that in a legal way.
Well, and that's a good point. So let me bring it up. I proposed going from 2 to 4%. Would the board like to see that scenario as to what it would look like?
Yes. I would even like to go another percent up to see what that number would be. To 5. So two different scenarios, a 4% increase, 1% on top of that. And let me approach it a little differently. I had indicated another way of taking a look at this is for you to carve out a month worth of reserves and you allocate it where you think it is best to allocate. Would the board like to see the management response on that? Yes, always.
So that kind of gives you 3 scenarios. So I did all the talking, so now let me be quiet. Let me turn to the left. Input from y'all, different scenarios. Julie Heineman?
I need to look at this some more, and I'll email questions or thoughts to you and to Dr. Henry if there's any other possible scenarios.
Okay, good. And to the right? Okay, I think you all have some marching orders.
I'm
Yes, sir.
seeking clarification. Okay, we've got roughly 76 million in ESSER money that's filling in the gap. Are you telling me to take $100 million from our fund balance or 80 million from our fund balance and add that to this year's budget?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what everybody's telling me.
Not saying that we'll do it,
Okay.
but we want to see how you would like, if you took a full month, how would you allocate it?
Okay. You writing that down, Karen?
I feel like that over years, though, like, so that model project out to 2 to 3.
Well, yes, so that's not all 80 million in 1 year.
Okay, got you.
Right.
Got you.
But you spread that over a certain period of time, not to exceed 5 years, and probably not to be just 2.
Okay. Yes, sir.
But trying to give you all some flexibility, saying we'll risk 1 full month worth of reserves, and if we give you that, how do you want to spend the money?
Over a certain time period.
Yes,
We'll
sir.
figure that out. You know, Linda always says she's the main thing, so I'm going to be battling her for every dime.
She already had her hand up.
Well,
I
and
got you.
if I may add, Mr. Jackson, what we'll have to do is we'll have to look at, for example, the financial integrity rating system, which is first, because if you decrease your fund balance by too much, you can risk failing first.
Correct.
The other
Yes.
thing we'll have to look at is how it will impact our bond ratings.
Of course. This is all scenarios, so.
We'll have all those answers, though.
Very good, sir. Now we can take a look at the consent agenda. There is one. We still have more work to do, folks. We'll proceed with the consensus action item portion of the agenda. 8A. Board will consider approving the minutes of the April 11, 2022 regular board meeting. 8B, the board will consider approving the minutes of the April 26, 2022 special called board meeting. The following non-consent action items were moved to the consent agenda during the board work session on Thursday, May 5th, 2022. 9B, the board will consider approving the budget amendments for the period of January 1, 2022 through March 31, 2022. 9C, the board will consider approving the instructional materials allotment antique certification for 2022 to 2023. 9D, the board will consider approving on first reading additions, revisions, or deletions to district policies. 9D1, EHBC local special programs, compensatory accelerated services revised. 9D2, EIE local academic achievement, retention, and promotion revised. 9D3, FL local student records revised. 9E, the board will consider approving on second reading additions, revisions, or deletions to district policies. 9E1, CFD local accounting activity funds management revised. 9E2, CQB local technology resources cybersecurity revised. 9E3, FTE local admission school safety transfers revised. 9F, the board will consider approving the memorandum of understanding between Salmon Houston State University and Cypress-Fairbanks ISD to provide a Master's of Education degree program with focus on school counseling. 9G, the board will consider approving the First Amendment to the 2021-2022 interlocal agreements with Harris County Resources for Children and Adults. 9H, the board will consider approving bids, contracts, and/or authorizing purchase orders as recommended in the posted agenda item. 9H1, athletic activity, student accident insurance renewal. 9H2, audio meters for health services. 9H3, portable building deck, ramp, and walkway installations. 9H4, property insurance renewal. 9I, the board will consider approving construction proposals and contracts paid from bond funds and M&O funds to the recommended contractors and authorize the superintendent or designee to execute all necessary documents related to such contracts as follows. 9 9I1, 2021 Ben Bradley Police Building renovations and addition, 9I2, 2022 CFFCU and Prison Stadium LED displays. So I'll remind the board how this works. First, I'll ask you if you want to move anything off. I will then ask for a motion. I will then ask for a second. Once we have a motion on the table that's been made and seconded, we can then open it up for discussion. So the first question is, do we want to remove any of these and put it onto the non-consent agenda? I see none. Now, I would like a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented or as amended.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Or amended.
Or amended.
Thank you.
I second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Now we can have discussion. Questions, comments? There are no questions or comments. I will call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion carries. The following non-consensus action items remained on non-consensus. The board will consider nominations for the large district member position on TASB Board of Directors for Region 4, Position F. I need to hear a motion for somebody to be nominated. Yes, Ms. Blackshear.
Mr. President, I proudly nominate Julie Heineman for this position. Ms. Heineman has served on this board and served our district previously, and she is the most knowledgeable of all on the school board, on this board, and I highly recommend her and support.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion that's on the floor? Otherwise, we will proceed to a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. All opposed by the same hand. So we have 3 abstaining, 4 in favor. Motion carries. (9J), the board will consider approving the superintendent's recommendation to give notice to Shakaya Lee that her employment with the district under a term contract is proposed for non-renewal and authorize the president of the board to notify Ms. Lee of the proposed action pursuant to 21.206 of the Texas Educator Code. This item was discussed in closed session pursuant to Section 551.071 and 551.074 at the board work session on Thursday, May 5th, 2022. So I will now entertain a motion to approve this non-consensus item as recommended or amended.
I'll do it. I move that the Board of Trustees approve the recommendation to notify Shakira Lee that her employment with the district under the term contract is proposed for non-renewal and to provide her notice of the same in accordance with the law.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
So moved.
Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion carries. 1 abstention.
Yes, I wanted to point out that I was not present at that closed session, so I am abstaining from voting.
Very good. Thank you for the clarification. Mr. Scanlon, we've covered with the board business. You had asked to make a comment. You have the floor, sir.
Some of our audience members in the last 6 months have been very passionate in their views, and understanding that passion but managing it correctly is important. And so I want to encourage the members of the audience and the people that would listen to this going forward. I think just about every member on this dais has had something written about them, some form of personal attack, I don't know that there's an exclusion. And tonight, Mrs. Heineman and Dr. Henry both had named personal attacks. I do not support any of it. Ms. Heineman, I don't support any of it. Dr. Henry, I don't support any of it. And I think I speak for my DIA's colleagues that we do not support those kinds of personal attacks. So my ask for all of our audience members is that we find a way to simply say, I disagree. If we can have civil discourse, that's the bedrock of our country. We've got to find a way to get there. So simply stating that we disagree with somebody and stating the reasons as to why and letting the chips fall where they may, I think that would be a great standard that we could, and the audience members could aspire to over the remainder of our meetings this year, next, and following. So I think it's a source of encouragement and to take courage that we can do that and still be heard. I don't have any further comments.
Thank you for your comments. You said that more graciously than the comments I was going to make. We have tried to let people speak their mind. I was persuaded that if we let people speak their mind, that some of the upset would go away, but instead what it did in permitting people to speak their mind, it merely exacerbated the situation and encouraged people to engender more personal attacks against everybody on the board, whether that's at the microphone or in blogs. One way or the other, it will stop at the microphone. I understand that there is a certain tactic to try and force either myself or counsel to take action so that it can be recorded on cell phones to make the district look bad. I understand that that is a standard tactic, but at some point in time, we just have to stop and get on with the business of the board, and there are different ways that we can do it. And as a board, we will either all stand together or we will let each board member stand and say, yes, I support personal attacks. And if you support them, so be it. But we can take votes on the matter. And if that means we have to take votes on an individual sitting out one full board meeting and not being permitted back in, we'll take that vote. And if you decide to let a person in who wants to engender in personal attacks, then that says you as a board member support personal attacks. But everybody on here has had something negative said about them, some more serious. We've had serious threats. In the neighborhood, I've taken 2 bullets to my Cadillac while I was driving. Threats are serious, and when words are spoken that inflame those who may not have filters properly in place, then the matter becomes more than simple words. And it is up to the entire board to address this matter, and one way or the other we will. So that concludes my comments. And now Dr. Henry will provide information regarding district events and items of community interest.
Thank you, Mr. President, trustees. We celebrated Student Artist on April 26th at the Berry Center for the K-12 Student Art Show. Here's a brief video recap of the event.
We have about 670 K-12 artworks on display, it being 2D and 3-dimensional artworks. From various grade levels, and all of our campuses participated. So we have all 56 elementary, all 19 middle school, and all 12 high schools showing in this exhibit today. And so this is just a very special show. The work is a reflection of the students' growth and a reflection of the things that they've learned this year, their art experiences. And so we're celebrating the things that they've been doing in their art rooms and how they've been able to express themselves within the art program.
It feels amazing to have my work displayed here among so many other amazing, talented artworks. It's really cool. I've been walking around and just seeing everybody else's artwork. I've seen a couple of my friends' artworks that are here. I just feel so glad that my teacher wanted to put me amongst all of them.
The CFISD Career Fair was held on April 28th, welcoming nearly 1,000 community members to the Berry Center to meet and greet campus and department administrators. It was our first in-person career fair since 2019. National School Nurses Week is set for May 9th through 13th, and School Nurses Day is May 11th. We thank our 92 school nurses, 5 licensed vocational nurses, and 57 clinic assistants for going above and beyond over the last 2 years to keep our schools safe and our students healthy. This week, Wednesday, May 11th, is designated as Public Schools Paraprofessional Day. We know that Cypher ISD schools would not be as excellent as they are without the hardworking paraeducators on our campuses and in our support facilities. The week of May 15th through 21st is designated as National Police Week, and May 15th is Peace Officers Memorial Day. We thank our local agencies and especially our Cypher ISD Police Department for ensuring the safety and protection of our students and staff. Graduation ceremonies for all 12 high schools will be held at the Berry Center May 24th through 28th, as we plan to recognize more than 9,000 class of 2022 graduates. The full graduation schedule is available on our website. Remember that traffic will be heavy on Barker Cypress, even more than usual during this time. From camps to academies to mobile libraries, there are many extracurricular options available for students this summer. Visit the Summer and CFISD block on our website to learn more. The last day of school of 2021-22 is set for May 26th. May 27th will be a professional day for staff. We wish a safe and restful summer for all our students and staff. And Mr. President, just to finish up, and I appreciate you and I appreciate Mr. Scanlon and with your comments, but I think sometimes we forget in the age of technology that there's people watching these meetings. And, you know, one of the things I enjoy knowing is that my dad, a Baptist minister, for 63 years, he's 88 years old in October and still pastors a church, but he loves to watch these meetings because he gets to see his son. I'm his baby. And I can only imagine tonight how he felt as he watched what occurred at this board meeting. I came to Cy-Fair because it was a destination district, and I still feel that way. Why would I ever, when nearly all of my grandchildren go to school here in Cy-Fair, ever put any child in a situation where they're in danger? We do our best. We're not perfect, as I've said before. But, you know, I've got to look out for people on the right's children. I've got to look out for people on the left's children. And, you know, I've got the back of our African-American children and our Hispanic children and our special needs children and our Anglo children, our LGBTQ children. I have their back and I have their parents' back. I believe in a parent's right to dictate their child's education, but I believe in every parent's right, not just one group of people. Thank you for allowing me to serve in this district.
I would like to thank everyone for being here tonight, and I would like to thank our viewing audience at home. We are adjourned.